18 years ago, 55-year-old Donna Fitzgerald was a veteran corrections officer with the Florida Department of Corrections, having served for 13 years. On June 25, 2008, a Wednesday, Donna, being the kind-hearted person she was, volunteered to cover a colleague's shift when he had an emergency at home. As a single mother who has raised her children alone for many years, she knows the importance of family only too well. So when her colleague had a family emergency, she'd take over for him. Around 7:30 p.m. that evening, she was standing in the prison workshop as usual, overseeing 13 male inmates, including rapists and violent repeat offenders, who were working there. According to the rules, at least 2 officers should be present when the inmates are working. However, as there hadn't been any riots or accidents involving inmates for a long time, supervision had become lax, and Donna was the only corrections officer present. So, when Hall, an inmate who was hiding in the welding shed next to the workshop because he had illegal drugs on him, was discovered, she had to go there alone. After entering the welding shed, Hall attacked quickly and viciously. The autopsy report showed that Donna had about 22 to 25 stab wounds all over her body, some of which pierced through her lungs and heart. In reality, Donna's death is not an isolated case. Examining the criminal history of the United States as a whole, while it is rare for female prison officers to be killed by inmates, most of these cases reveal systemic risks within the prison system. The earliest and most suspicious case happened at Greenhaven Correctional Facility in 1981. Victim was female corrections officer Donna Payant, and the convicted inmate was Lemuel Warren Smith, a notorious serial killer. Considered one of the most dangerous prisoners in the New York prison system, he was kept in isolation for 23 hours a day with no human contact. Smith confessed to 5 murders for which he could have been sentenced to death, yet he still maintains to this day that he was framed for Payant's murder. Surprisingly, even Payant's son said, "I know he's a bad guy, but I don't think Smith did it." So here's a strange question. Why would a serial killer who has killed at least 5 people insist on denying this one particular charge? Is he lying, or is there some hidden truth to his claims? But to find the answer, we first need to understand his story, personality, and character. Smith was born on July 23, 1941, in Amsterdam, New York. He was born into a family with strong religious beliefs and was their 4th child. Back then, many black families were experiencing breakdowns and hardships, such as having a father in prison or one who had abandoned his family. Fortunately, Smith had a complete family. His father worked the night shift as a laborer at a General Electric plant. He didn't go to prison or divorce his wife, nor did he shirk his responsibilities. His mother was a full-time homemaker. She was deeply religious and strictly followed religious customs, regularly taking the family to church. On the surface, it seemed like a stable family. Dad worked outside the home while Mom took care of the house. But that wasn't the reality. It was actually his parents who left indelible scars on his childhood. For instance, from the time he was born until he was 12, Smith always slept with his mother. Her reasoning was that his dad worked the night shift. If he did not comply with her demands, she would threaten him, saying things like, "The Indians will take you away." Some social workers also accused his parents of physically punishing him. Although there is no solid evidence to support this claim, it raises questions about what was really going on inside that family. The boy's mental state gradually started to deteriorate as he grew up in that kind of environment. And besides the mental trauma, he also had frequent head injuries during his childhood. The first was when he was 6. The second time was when he was 10. He fell out of a tree while playing and hurt his head. All these experiences, involving both physical pain and mental trauma, shaped Smith's personality without his realizing it. Between 1951 and 1958, he repeatedly sexually harassed girls, stalking them, forcing kisses on them, and touching them inappropriately. In December 1957, age 16, he was indicted for burglarizing 2 stores in Amsterdam. Just a month later, on January 21st, Smith robbed and beat to death a 46-year-old woman named Dorothy Waterstreet. Although Dorothy's neighbors provided key evidence pointing to Smith, the district attorney was too eager and used illegal coercion, causing the evidence to fall apart. In the end, he got away without being imprisoned. That same summer, he went to Maryland and he didn't hold back at all. He kidnapped a 25-year-old woman named Edna and nearly beat her to death. Fortunately, a witness interrupted the attack, frightening him away and saving Edna. Following a year of investigation and appeals, because of how serious the assault was, Smith was tried as an adult. On April 12, 1959, he was charged with attempted murder and sentenced to 20 years in prison. In May 1968, nearly 10 years later, Smith was granted parole and returned to the New York Capital Region. However, prison had not changed him for the better. On May 20, 1969, he kidnapped and raped a woman for the first time. Luckily, the woman managed to escape with the help of a nearby couple. Later that same day, he kidnapped and raped a 46-year-old woman who was a friend of his mother's. Initially, Smith had planned to kill her, but since she was a friend of his mother's, she told him that if he let her go, she wouldn't tell anyone about it, especially not his mother. Hearing this, Smith agreed to her request. However, as soon as she got home, she reported it to the police. Then the police arrested Smith immediately, charging him with robbery, kidnapping, and possession of a dangerous weapon. Several months later, on November 11th, the judge found him guilty of attempted rape, assault, and unlawful imprisonment, sentencing him to an additional 4 to 15 years indeterminate imprisonment. On the eve of Thanksgiving in 1976, Robert, who was 48 years old, and Margaret, who was 59, were killed in the Hederman's religious store in downtown Albany. The store, which mainly sold religious items, was scheduled to open that day, but this never happened. When their bodies were found, the post-mortem examination revealed that Robert and Margaret had both suffered severe blunt force trauma, strangulation, and slash wounds to the throat, indicating a violent attack. A piece of clothing covered in feces was also found at the scene. The next day, investigators questioned Smith, who was 35 years old and already out on parole at the time. Given his history of burglary, robbery, and violent crimes, and the fact that he worked near the Hederman store, he was considered one of the prime suspects. However, due to the limited physical evidence and the series of unsolved violent crimes that were happening around that time, investigators initially treated it as just a robbery and did not take it seriously. A month later, 24-year-old Joan was kidnapped in the parking lot of the Colony Center Mall in Albany County. She was raped, stabbed, and dismembered. By that time, in the Hederman murder case, investigators had already gathered more evidence linking Smith to the crime. There was a witness identified Smith from a photo as the suspicious person who had been seen at the crime scene, and gray hair matching Margaret's was found in his work locker. However, despite the growing body of evidence, Smith still wasn't arrested. So, a new tragedy was born. In July 1977, 30-year-old Marylee was kidnapped in downtown Schenectady. Her murder was almost identical to Joan's. She was raped, stabbed multiple times, and the killer even left bite marks on her nose. In August, Smith was arrested for kidnapping and raping an 18-year-old girl named Mary Ann. The following month, while examining photos of Marylee, a New York State police lieutenant noticed the bite marks on her nose. Further investigation and forensic analysis confirmed that these bite marks perfectly matched Smith's dental impressions, providing solid physical evidence that he had killed her. Then, at the end of October, investigators conducted a police dog identification experiment. Smith was escorted to Bleecker Stadium in Albany by the police, where he and 4 other men were randomly positioned behind 5 screens at one end of the stadium. Meanwhile, at the other end of the stadium, a police dog was led to sniff the piece of clothing that had been found in the Hederman store. Shockingly, the dog went straight across the stadium to Smith. In order to ensure the experiment was accurate and the dog was unable to see, the 5 men were rearranged at random and the experiment was repeated twice. But each time, the dog all went straight to Smith. Faced with the growing evidence, including the matching bite marks and the results of the police dog tracking, on March 5, 1978, Smith confessed to 5 murders at the New York State Police Academy: Robert, Margaret, Marylee, Joan, and the murder of Dorothy from 20 years ago. In these crimes, Smith's method of operation showed a clear pattern. He would typically stalk potential victims and use knives he brought to the scene to control and attack them. After sexually assaulting them, he would kill them by stabbing or strangulation. He would also tie them up with their own clothing or other available materials and mutilate their bodies after they were dead, such as biting, cutting them. During the trial, he tried to defend himself by claiming insanity. He revealed his own psychological issues, including having multiple personality disorder. He insisted that he was controlled by the spirit of his deceased brother, who had actually died before he was even born. In 1979, the Albany County jury found him guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to 25 years to life for each count, with a stipulation that he would not be eligible for parole until at least 50 years had passed. Since he had no chance of getting out of prison, the charges related to Marilee and Joan were eventually dismissed. Donna Payant was a 31-year-old mother of 3 kids. She started working as a corrections officer at Greenhaven Correctional Facility in April 1981. At that time, Smith, due to a staff shortage, he was assigned maintenance work in the chaplain's office, which allowed him to enter the office without supervision. On May 15, 1981, during her afternoon shift, Payant received a phone call. She then handed her keys and radio to a colleague saying, "Hey, I gotta go. There's a problem with my shift and assignment." After that, she walked down the prison corridor toward the chaplain's office. 5 hours later, Payant's colleagues noticed that she hadn't left the prison and had disappeared without trace. Hundreds of prison officers searched the entire prison. It wasn't until the following morning that 2 officers escorting a refuse truck to empty the bins discovered Payant's dismembered body. The autopsy revealed that she had suffered a severe beating and strangulation. However, as the landfill machinery had crushed her body, the medical examiner was unable to determine whether she had been sexually assaulted. This was the first time that a female corrections officer had been murdered inside a prison. Over 5,000 officers attended her funeral, and the investigation led by New York State Sheriff Francis quickly got underway. Given that Payant's last known location was the chaplain's office and Smith was the only inmate who had access to it without supervision, and the investigator who found bite marks on Marilee's body noticed that those on Payant's were almost identical, and subsequent dental comparisons confirmed that they were caused by Smith. This forensic evidence conclusively identified Smith as the murderer. As media attention grew, despite the complexity and controversy surrounding the case, the murder trial was set to begin on January 20th, 1983. During the trial, the defense questioned the testimonies of the inmates and other prison officers, even putting forward conspiracy theories in an attempt to prove that Smith had been framed. However, they could not provide a reasonable explanation for the bite mark evidence. On April 21st, the jury found Smith guilty. According to New York law at the time, Smith was automatically sentenced to death, as this was considered the only effective deterrent for inmates who were already serving life sentences. On June 10th, he was formally sentenced to death. However, on July 2nd, 1984, his appeal was successful and his death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. But, as punishment for Payant's murder, and considering that Smith still posed a threat inside the prison, he spent almost the next few decades in solitary confinement, which was the longest period of isolation in the entire United States at that time. As time went by, Payant's murder case had been closed. But in 2025, Payant's son, Chris, brought up the murder again. Chris was also a corrections officer. He carried on Mom's legacy, becoming a corrections officer and working for 28 years. In an interview, he said that he wanted to reopen the investigation into his mother's murder. He and most of his family members believed that the core reason for her death was the active drug trade inside the prison, and she was either forced or asked to become a drug dealer or middleman. Greenhaven Correctional Facility, the maximum security prison located in Stormville, New York. It was in serious operational disarray in the early 1980s. The prison had lax discipline, with inmates being able to move freely in certain areas, and institutionalized corruption gradually took root, with staff maintaining a facade of order through exchanges of cash, gifts, and favors. During the 1983 trial, Smith claimed that he was framed by other corrections officers. He said that these officers had blackmailed Payant with compromising photos, forcing her to participate in the prison's drug gang. He told that she was going to reveal corruption in the corrections department and she was killed to keep her mouth shut. Payant couldn't take anymore. That signed her death warrant. When Chris was asked about a key question, which was also the most important piece of evidence that led to Smith's arrest, the bite marks he allegedly left on Payant's body, Chris believed that those corrections officers should have known about his criminal record and his penchant for leaving bite marks on his victims, so they could have made a mold in advance. When it came time to kill his mother, they could use that mold to frame Smith, because he was the only one who could access the chaplain's office unsupervised. He was the perfect scapegoat. Nobody knows the truth of the case for sure, but from Smith's story, it's clear that he's not a kind criminal. He only confessed to the 5 murders because investigators had enough evidence to charge him. Without solid proof, he wouldn't have admitted anything. In 1992, a middle-aged man, in front of him was a camera from the Spanish national television. Even knowing that thousands of people would see this interview, the man remained relaxed, smoking one cigarette after another. He then said, "I am a very quiet person. I do not mess with anyone." If it were an interview with an ordinary person, such an answer would be quite ordinary. But this middle-aged man was named Manuel Delgado Villegas. Even after death, even after decades had passed, he remained the most notorious and active serial killer in Spain. From 1964 to 1971, Manuel killed at least 48 victims. His crimes could not be called murders, but rather voluntary manslaughter. He never killed with premeditation. He was driven by the desire to rob and by fits of anger. Sometimes, a simple trivial from the victim could be perceived as an insult by him, leading him to kill them with violence. So, quiet, its meaning had almost nothing to do with him. On January 25, 1943, Manuel was born in Seville, Spain. That was a terrible period. Spain had just emerged from the Civil War and millions of people were affected. Seville, in particular, was in a time of severe shortage. Manuel's childhood was filled with hunger, his father's corporal punishment, and the absence of motherly love. His mother died of childbirth complications when he was born, at the age of 24, so he never experienced the warmth of a mother's love. His father, Martin, though he took on the responsibility of caring for him, could never provide the affection he deserved. Martin was a traditional father. In order to make a living, he did the most menial jobs, relying on selling scrap metal and a kind of concentrated juice used for making desserts to barely cover the family's expenses. In those hard times, due to financial difficulties, Martin eventually sent the 2 children to live with their grandmother in Mataro. He gave up custody of his children and chose to remarry. Manuel's grandmother lived in the La Salela neighborhood, a community predominantly inhabited by Andalusians. There, after entering school, Manuel never acquired the ability to read and write, and his academic performance was also poor. So he began to avoid school, preferring to wander the streets and engage in fights. In addition, he was bisexual and had a certain reputation in the local homosexual and prostitute circles. That was not due to his sexual orientation, but because he suffered from anejaculation, meaning he was unable to ejaculate. This condition allowed him to last longer during sexual intercourse, enabling his partners to achieve multiple orgasms. Over time, promiscuity became a normal part of Manuel's life, and his personality became increasingly violent. In 1961, at the age of 18, Manuel joined the Spanish Legion. During this time, he learned a lethal technique called the deadly blow, which involves striking the opponent's throat with a knife-hand strike to shatter the trachea and cause asphyxiation. However, during his service, he began to use marijuana and showed symptoms of schizophrenia. Whether real or feigned, in the end, he was medically discharged as unfit for service. In the early days after Manuel's discharge, he mainly relied on odd jobs to make a living, including selling homemade syrup. However, several months later, because no money, he became homeless. From then on, he began to wander along the Mediterranean coast, in Spain, Italy, and France. His main means of survival were begging, stealing from villas in the countryside, and engaging in prostitution. During this time, he was also arrested several times for violating the law of social danger. Although this was the case, Manuel was never truly imprisoned, as he always exhibited symptoms suggestive of schizophrenia. During his time as a wanderer that, starting in 1964 at the age of 20, he began his indiscriminate killing spree. On January 21, 1964, while walking near the beach in Catalonia, he found Adolfo, a 49-year-old chef, were sleeping. Without hesitation, he picked up a stone from the ground and smashed Adolfo's skull with a single blow before stealing his watch and wallet. Manuel's crimes primarily targeted isolated individuals who were vulnerable to opportunistic attacks. His modus operandi involved blunt force trauma, supplemented by the deadly blow he had learned in the Spanish Legion, or by manually strangling his victims to subdue and kill them. According to police reports and his own confessions, he never killed with premeditation. His actions were more often driven by the desire to rob, fits of anger, or sexual urges. On June 20, 1967, Manuel committed a crime on the island of Ibiza. The victim was a 21-year-old French female tourist named Margaret. On the day of the crime, he infiltrated the resort where she was staying, suffocated her to death by covering her mouth and nose with a pillow. Because he had a necrophilia fetish, he sexually assaulted her corpse and then stole her belongings. July 20, 1968, Manuel killed an elderly man named Venancio in Madrid. On the day of the crime, he begged Venancio for food. The elderly man told him that he was still young and should find a job if he wanted to eat. But Manuel became furious. He beat Venancio, threw him into the Tajuna River, and held his head underwater until he drowned. On April 5, 1969, Manuel killed a man named Ramon in Barcelona. Ramon was the owner of a furniture company and had been a long-term client of Manuel's sexual services. On the day of the crime, the two were in Ramon's dealership, planning to engage in a sexual transaction. Manuel asked for about $10 as payment, and Ramon agreed. However, after the sexual service was over, Ramon only paid about $3. Overcome with anger, Manuel struck Ramon's neck and beat him with a broken armchair, eventually pushing him down the stairs. On November 23, 1969, in Catalonia, Manuel killed a 68-year-old woman named Anastasia. He struck her head violently with a brick and pushed her off a bridge, causing her death. And over the next 4 days, he repeatedly returned to the scene to violate her corpse. On December 3, 1970, Manuel killed Francisco, a 28-year-old electrician. On the day of the crime, he used the deadly blow to shatter Francisco's trachea and then threw his body into the Guadalquivir River. Later, the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy informed the local police that Francisco's cause of death was not drowning, but very likely murder. This discovery brought Manuel's criminal activities to the attention of the police for the first time. On January 18, 1971, Manuel met with Antonia, a 38-year-old woman with mild intellectual disabilities, in Puerto de Santa Maria, Cadiz province, the same town where he had killed Francisco. Antonia, a well-known mentally disabled person in the area, had been in a relationship with Manuel for sexual purposes, and he had even introduced her to his father as his girlfriend. On the day of the crime, he rode a motorcycle with Antonia to a secluded spot in the countryside to have sex. There, he strangled her to death. For the next 3 nights, he repeatedly returned to the location where he had left her body and violated her corpse. Because of the close relationship between Antonia and Manuel, and because witnesses who had seen Manuel taking Antonia away on his motorcycle realized that she had not been seen for several days, they immediately contacted the police. Later, the 2 officers in charge of the case quickly identified Manuel as a suspect and brought him to the police station for questioning. At first, Manuel said he was at the cinema when it happened and showed a ticket stub as his alibi, but he couldn't even remember the movie's plot. On February 21st, after they found Antonia's body, Manuel had no choice but to confess his crime to the interrogators and admit to killing her. During his confession, Manuel said, "We tried various sexual positions as usual, but she suggested something that I found repulsive. When I refused, she insulted me, saying I wasn't a man, had been with other men. I punched her, but she still didn't shut up and continued to insult me. This poor woman didn't realize she was signing her own death warrant, so I took the one-piece bodysuit she had taken off and put it around her neck, strangling her while having sex." He also revealed his necrophilia fetish, saying, "I went to be with her on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. If I hadn't been caught, I would have continued." In the following hours, Manuel confessed to an extra 47 cases. While verifying the cases, he was taken to different parts of Spain and became the first criminal in Spain to be escorted by a special plane to different locations nationwide to validate his shocking confessions. On the way to a crime scene, Manuel heard on the radio about the arrest of the Mexican-American serial killer Juan Corona, who was believed to have killed nearly 50 people at the time. Hearing this news, he became furious. He demanded that police release him for a few days, let he kill a few more people, claiming that he could not allow Mexicans to kill more people than Spaniards. Although Manuel claimed to have killed 48 people, the Spanish police only confirmed the authenticity of 22 cases. Among these, they have found evidence for only 7 murders. Later, due to Manuel's deteriorating mental state, no trial was held. Instead, in accordance with the criminal procedural law, a ruling of non-prosecution was issued, and his case was closed. He was later detained at the Carabanchel Penitentiary Psychiatric Hospital. Meanwhile, several Spanish newspapers extensively covered Manuel's case, and a bunch of doctors said they wanted to talk to him. After examination, although Manuel was labeled as a typical psychiatric patient, some doctors believed that he might suffer from a severe mental disorder that detached him from reality. For instance, when he led the police to the location where Anastasia's body was hidden, he described her as a beautiful 20-year-old girl, even though she was actually a 68-year-old woman. Experts who studied Manuel's case unanimously agreed that Manuel should not be released because he was a born criminal, a murderer who could cause great harm throughout his life. Due to genetic abnormalities, he lacked a conscience, a sense of guilt and remorse. He considered his actions normal, even when committing murder. Over time, Manuel's physical health took a turn for the worse. He gained weight, started losing his hair, walked with a shuffling gait, and began experiencing delusions, even though he was only in his 40s in 1985. While he was in prison, he smoked a lot of cigarettes, one after another, and got chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. On February 2, 1998, Manuel, Spain's most infamous serial killer, passed away from lung disease. His story came to a complete end. His family, father, sister never appeared again, not even at his funeral. Glasgow, the largest city in Scotland, is home to a private museum created by volunteers from the local Police Heritage Association. The museum houses over 2,000 items, most of which are police uniforms from countries around the world, including those from China and North Korea. In addition to these uniforms, the museum also houses items and evidence related to a notorious serial killer. He was named Peter Manuel. He was the second to last person to be executed at Barlinnie Prison and the third to last person to be executed in Scotland. His crimes remain one of the most memorable and frequently discussed topics among museum visitors, especially for women who lived in the 1950s. In those days, the terror and unease that this man caused were almost indescribable. When night fell, men in the communities of Lanarkshire and eastern Glasgow, the fathers and brothers, would spontaneously organize themselves to escort young women who were taking late-night buses or returning from other places, ensuring their safe journey home. Although the Industrial Revolution brought economic development to Scotland, many people were still forced to emigrate due to economic decline in the early 1920s. A Scottish couple, in pursuit of a better life, also immigrated to the U.S. at this time. They first settled in Detroit and later moved to New York City, where the husband, Samuel, worked in an automobile factory, and the wife, Bridget, became a domestic servant. In March 1927, Bridget gave birth to their second child. Following Scottish naming traditions, they named him Peter. Initially, the family was doing well, with plenty of food, an apartment, and comfortable clothing. Compared to their life in Scotland, it was like living in paradise. However, in 1929, the Wall Street stock market crashed. From that year on, the economy rapidly deteriorated. Numerous businesses went bankrupt, unemployment soared, and Samuel was one of the laid-off auto workers. At first, the family was able to barely make ends meet with Bridget's job. Unfortunately, Samuel later became ill, and the successive misfortunes plunged the couple into bankruptcy. Poverty forced them to return to Scotland in 1932, initially to Motherwell, a small town near Glasgow with a low cost of living. In 1937, they moved again, this time to Coventry. At that time, Peter was already 10 years old. Having been born in the U.S. and having lived there for nearly 5 years, he naturally had an American accent. However, it is well known, even in today's society, some British people still hold negative attitudes towards American accents, and this was even more the case in the 1930s. Although the Victorian era had ended, British society was still deeply influenced by traditional values, and people harbored a pathological prejudice against those with American accents. Peter was the one who suffered from this prejudice. He was also smaller than his peers, so he was not only frequently criticized by his teachers at school, but also bullied by other students. Over time, Peter's heart became filled with too much resentment and a sense of injustice towards society. By the age of 12, he was already regarded by the local police as a professional petty thief. And 3 years later, he was sent to Leeds prison after attacking a sleeping woman with a hammer during a burglary. Meanwhile, in the same year, 1942, Coventry was heavily bombed by the German military. Peter's parents had to move to Lanarkshire, so after his release, he was transferred to a juvenile reformatory in Lanarkshire. Between 1945 and 1946, there were 3 violent crimes and 1 sexual assault in the Sandy Hills area of Lanarkshire. On February 16th, 2 police officers received information from an informant who claimed that the perpetrator of those crimes was hiding in a long vacant house. So they rushed to the house, and in the attic of the house they found a bedroom with signs of recent occupation, but no one was there. They then collected the items in the bedroom and took them away for fingerprint analysis. The night one of the police officers realized that he had missed a cup that might have fingerprints on it. He quickly returned to the house, and just as he arrived, a man walked out of the garden of the house. Without time to think, he immediately arrested him. After the investigation, it was determined that the man was Peter. He was responsible for the 3 violent crimes and the sexual assault. Prior to that, he had been living in the house and hiding behind the attic floorboards when the police searched it. In the end, Peter was sentenced to 8 years in prison and was sent to Peterhead Prison. However, the prison environment seemed to fuel his growing resentment and desire for revenge. There, he became fascinated with American gangsters and decided to emulate their behavior. In the summer of 1953, Peter, 26 years old, was released from prison and returned to society. He moved to Glasgow, where his parents were living. Located in the central west of Scotland, Glasgow is only 45 miles from Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, and his killing spree took place in Glasgow and its surrounding areas. On January 4, 1956, a man walking on a golf course in the Calderwood estate discovered the body of a young woman near a woodland. When the first police officers arrived at the scene, they confirmed that the victim had a smashed skull and had been sexually assaulted. Later, the victim was identified as 17-year-old Anne. On January 2nd, due to the holiday, she had attended a dance. She had not returned home since then. Her parents had assumed she was staying at a friend's house, not realizing that she had already been murdered. Initially, the local police suspected Peter to be the killer because of his history of rape and imprisonment, and the scratches on his body, which had not been there a few days earlier. But his father, Samuel, provided him with an alibi. On September 17th, several months later, the police in Lancashire received a call from a domestic servant who had discovered that her employer's house had been burglarized. The living room curtains were drawn open, and the glass panel of the front door was shattered. However, upon entering the house to conduct a search, the police realized that this was not a simple burglary, but a mass shooting. The mistress of the house, Marion, her 16-year-old daughter, Vivian, and her sister, Brown, had been shot dead in their beds. The primary suspect in the case was Marion's husband, William. At the time, he was on vacation about 90 miles away from the crime scene. The police suspected that he had driven home at night, killed 3 family members, staged the scene to look like a burglary, and then driven back to his vacation spot. After conducting inquiries, the police found 2 witnesses. One was a ferryman who claimed to have seen William at night, and the other was a driver who said he had crossed paths with William by Loch Lomond. Armed with these witness accounts, the police immediately arrested William and detained him at Barliney Prison. However, as time went on, the police gradually uncovered some perplexing details. They found that although William had engaged in multiple affairs during his marriage, he had no motive to kill his family. Moreover, no murder weapon was found in the waters near the hotel where William had stayed during his vacation. The police also checked with gas stations along the route and confirmed that the fuel in William's car had not decreased. So, after being detained for 2 months, William was released without charge. On December 29, 1957, Cook from Mount Vernon, Lancashire, reported to the police that his 17-year-old daughter, Isabel, had mysteriously disappeared. She had not returned home after attending a dance at Adlington Grammar School the night before. Later, while searching along the River Caldew, the police found her shoes, handbag, and other personal belongings, but Isabel herself was still not found. A few days later, on Monday, January 6th, 45-year-old Smart, his wife Doris, and their 11-year-old son Michael were found dead. All three had been shot in the head at close range while they were sleeping. The local police tried to determine the time of their deaths by questioning Smart's neighbors. The neighbors said that over the past few days, the curtains of the Smart's house had been frequently drawn and opened, and the indoor lights had been turned on and off several times. However, when the police opened Smart's mailbox, they found that it had not been opened since January 1st. In addition, Smart's car was also missing. The presence of signs of life in the house, the unopened mailbox for several days, and the missing car indicated that the killer had continued to live in the Smart's home after killing them, or had returned multiple times without being detected. The police then traced the last known whereabouts of Smart's. On New Year's Eve, Smart was still alive, and he had withdrawn 7 5-pound notes from the bank, but they did not find this money in his home. Apparently, the killer had taken it. Therefore, the police focused their investigation on the whereabouts of these banknotes. Several days later, a bartender provided a key clue to the police. Peter had paid his bar tab with several crisp new banknotes. In those days, there were no ATMs, and new banknotes were not common, especially in pubs, where few people would use crisp new notes. After verification by the police, these banknotes were identified as the ones Smart had withdrawn from the bank. Then, Peter was identified as the killer. On January 14, 1958, the police, armed with an arrest warrant, stormed into Peter's home. When they read the warrant to Samuel, Peter became agitated. He verbally abused the police and claimed, "You haven't found anything yet. You can't take me away." Nevertheless, he was taken to the interrogation room. At 11:10 p.m. that night, he was formally charged with the murder of the Smarts. Additionally, the police searched his home and found some stolen goods from burglaries and several letters. Since the stolen goods were found in Samuel's room, he was arrested and charged with harboring stolen property. Learning of his father's arrest, Peter immediately requested a meeting with the investigators. He proposed a deal. If they would let his father go, he would confess to all the crimes. The police accepted this deal. Peter confessed everything and led the police to the burial site of Isabel, as well as the location where he had discarded the revolver used to kill Marion and the others. He also admitted to killing Anne, and the letters found in his home were revealed to be ones he had sent to William, filled with details known only to the killer. His trial was set for May 12, 1958, and it was dubbed the trial of the century. Hundreds of curious onlookers flocked to the courtroom, and Peter did not disappoint them. He fired his lawyers and decided to defend himself. At the start of the trial, Peter first retracted his confession, claiming that he had only admitted guilt to protect his family from police harassment. He argued that he had known the Smarts for years and had even asked Smart to get him a gun. He said that Smart had gone mad, killing his own family before committing suicide, making their deaths appear as murders. And Isabel's death, he stated that he had been at the cinema that night and did not kill her. The prosecution presented conclusive evidence, including Peter's possession and use of the banknotes belonging to Smart, his previous confessions to the police, and his prior criminal convictions. After a 12-day trial, the jury took less than 2.5 hours to find Peter guilty on 7 counts of murder. Only the case involving Anne was dismissed due to insufficient evidence, and he was sentenced to death. In the days leading up to Peter's execution, he became haggard and barely spoke to anyone, simply sitting in silence and listening to the radio he was permitted to use. In his final attempt to escape the gallows, he tried to convince the authorities that he was insane. However, his mother, Bridget, saw through his ruse. During a visit, she slapped him and shouted, "You can't fool me." On July 11, 1958, Peter was hanged at Barliney Prison. His last words were, "Turn up the radio, and I'll go quietly." In reality, there was another female victim who was the only survivor to testify against Peter. Once, Peter had a girlfriend named Anna, and they had planned to get married on July 30th, 1955. However, after Anna learned about Peter's criminal record, burglaries, violent crimes, and sexual assaults, she immediately broke off the engagement. Learning that Anna had firmly ended their relationship, Peter, in his fury, vented all his anger on a 29-year-old woman named Mary. He kidnapped her and decided to behead her. Peter showed no sympathy for his victims, no remorse, and never admitted that what he had done was wrong. Some doctors described him as experiencing trances, memory loss, and epileptic seizures. His criminal mind was complex and difficult to comprehend. He killed and raped women, yet he was very caring towards his mother. He was cruel to humans, yet he was fond of pets. For example, he loved his own dog, and after killing the Smarts, he continued to feed their cat, which was also one of the reasons why he kept returning to the Smarts' house. 45 days ago, on November 20th, 2025, French media published a report. The report mentioned that Joseph Thomas Recco, also known as Tommy, the longest-serving prisoner in France, had passed away due to illness and old age. In his criminal career, he was charged with 7 murders, one of which involved his godfather, the person who had provided him with spiritual guidance and support during his baptism. During the 42 years of imprisonment, he always maintained that he was 100% innocent, even saying that there were only 2 innocent people in the world, Christ and himself. So, was he innocent? Or did he perhaps conceal even more murders? The story began on May 10th, 1933, when Tommy was born in the town of Propriano, located in the southwestern part of Corsica, a town primarily known for its fishing and agriculture. Tommy's family made a living through fishing and selling fish. His parents ran a fishmonger shop, with his father working as a fisherman and his mother managing the day-to-day operations of the shop. In those days, the lives of fishermen were fraught with uncertainty. They had to endure the scorching sun and the rough waves, spending long hours at sea, all just to provide for their family's basic needs. Although life was tough, the fishermen's faith was astonishingly pure. In addition to their devout religious beliefs, they also harbored an almost sacred reverence for the sea, referring to it as their mother, because the sea not only provided them with bountiful catches, but also bestowed upon them the hope of life. However, in the 1920s, Tommy's father made a mistake. He killed a sea turtle and made a cradle out of its shell. Sea turtles are often regarded as creatures with supernatural powers in maritime cultures. In Hawaiian culture, sea turtles are part of the creation myth and are seen as guardian spirits and symbols of good fortune, even considered as the embodiment of deities. So, Tommy's father, his action was deemed to have brought the sea turtle curse upon the family. The sea turtle curse is a folklore belief. This curse is nothing but a legend, yet Tommy's family seems genuinely shrouded by it. He was the 4th child in the family, with 10 siblings. However, out of the 11 children, including him, 7 of them encountered misfortune. 1 child died shortly after birth, 2 died in accidents, 2 were shot, and 2 were sentenced to long-term imprisonment for murder. As the child of a fisherman, Tommy was exposed to the sea from a young age. At the age of 13, he began to go fishing with his father, providing catches for the family's fishmonger shop. Soon after, he joined the French Navy, but the constraints of military life suffocated him. So, after his service ended, he returned to Corsica without hesitation and resumed his life as a fisherman. Later, as time passed and World War II came to the end, countries around the world were in the phase of recovery and construction, with the economy gradually recovering and tourism beginning to flourish. Corsica is located in the western part of the Mediterranean Sea. It is the 4th largest island in the Mediterranean, renowned for its magnificent natural scenery and rich historical heritage. And the former French Emperor Napoleon was born on this island. So, tourists often flock to the island to admire its beautiful landscapes and visit the birthplace of Napoleon. With the increasing number of visitors, Tommy keenly sensed an opportunity to make money. He was a fisherman, he knew how to catch fish, dig for clams on the beach, and catch lobsters. Then, in order to better attract foreign tourists, He even adopted an anglicized name for himself, Tommy. In 1959, 3 young German girls mysteriously disappeared along the coast of Propriano. For a popular tourist island, this was an extremely serious safety incident that could lead to a rapid decline in the number of visitors. So, in order to quickly reassure both tourists and local residents, the local police launched an investigation without delay. After extensive inquiries, they learned that before the girls disappeared, they had been taken away by a man from the Recco family, who claimed they were going to catch lobsters on the beach. Tommy, who was 25 years old at the time, came into the police's eyes. He was the one who had taken the 3 girls and was also the last person to see them. So, naturally, the police arrested Tommy. During the interrogation, Tommy admitted that he had taken the young tourists on a tour, but he absolutely should not be held responsible for their disappearance. He insisted that he had merely shown them around, with no intention of robbing or harming them, nor any impulse to commit a sexual crime, as he had been married for 3 years and had a child. Due to the lack of concrete evidence, the police were unable to prove that Tommy had a direct connection to the disappearance of the girls. Their disappearance also did not confirm that they had met with misfortune. Perhaps they had left Corsica by boat without informing anyone. In the end, Tommy was released without charge, and the 3 German girls were never seen again. A year later, on an evening in 1960, Tommy and his brother Pierre were fishing with explosives by the sea. Compared to traditional fishing methods, using explosives could catch a large number of fish in a short time. However, this practice was strictly prohibited locally. Their actions were furtive and illegal. But while they were busy, a naval guard named Joseph discovered what they were doing. Joseph was Tommy's godfather, the person who had provided him with spiritual guidance and support during his baptism. In other words, he was a guardian to Tommy besides his parents. Because he had been discovered, Tommy was panic-stricken. He feared being arrested for his illegal fishing activities. So, he grabbed a rifle, jumped off the fishing boat alone, and swam towards the beach. Tommy didn't know who the naval guard was. He only knew that he needed to deal with him. Reached the beach, Tommy fired at the naval guard. Then, to make sure the guard was dead, he struck him multiple times with the butt of his gun and even hit his head fiercely with a large rock. After everything was over, Tommy returned to the fishing boat. When Pierre asked about the blood on his hands and the rifle, he refused to explain. Before long, the local police discovered Joseph's body and found some green fragments on the beach. They speculated that these fragments might have come from a fisherman's or poacher's rifle. Soon, rumors spread far and wide. Tommy, who had been suspected of causing the disappearance of 3 German tourists a year earlier, was once again under suspicion for the murder. Faced with police interrogation, Tommy firmly denied any involvement in the murder. His family, led by his mother, also staunchly believed in his innocence. Although the fact that the victim was Tommy's godfather and their friend, that year the family had already endured a great deal of suffering. One of Tommy's brothers had died in a car accident, and an infant had unfortunately passed away shortly after birth. So, even if Tommy had indeed murdered his godfather, they could only pretend that nothing had happened, because they could not bear the thought of losing another family member. However, on November 30th, Tommy's brother, Pierre, informed the police about Tommy. He claimed that on the day of the murder, he had heard Joseph's cries. Joseph was also his godfather. So, Tommy was interrogated once more. Initially, he continued to deny killing his godfather, but after several hours, his mental state completely collapsed. He confessed to being the murderer, saying that he had simply not wanted to be fined for using explosives for fishing. In his fear, he had not realized that the naval guard was his godfather. Shortly after his confession, Tommy regained his faculties and retracted his statement. But the damage was already done. His trial was set for December 8, 1962. However, although he was sentenced to death, President Charles de Gaulle granted 2 amnesties in 1964 and 1966 respectively. Tommy was among the death row inmates who were pardoned. His sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. During his imprisonment, Tommy's family experienced multiple tragedies. His brother Toussaint was murdered by his brother-in-law. Pierre was killed by 2 masked men. His sister, Francine, whose husband was the murderer of Toussaint, died after falling down the stairs. In November 1977, Tommy was granted parole and moved to Marseille, where he found a job at a store selling diving suits. 2 years later, on December 22, 1979, a massacre occurred at the Mammoth shop in Villegas. 3 young cashiers were killed in the store's counting room. In addition, approximately 640,000 francs were stolen from the store. Because no one had seen or heard anything unusual, the police investigation was extremely challenging. They could only deduce from the victim's conditions and the stolen francs that the perpetrator was extremely decisive and fearless, with a motive of financial gain. However, despite the Béziers Police Department's best efforts, they were unable to identify the perpetrator, and thus, their investigation had to be suspended. A month later, on January 18, 1980, in the small village of Kürten in the Var department, 11-year-old Sandrine was resting at home when she heard her father, Gilles, arguing with a man. Frightened, she decided to call her mother, who was working at a children's home, but her mother was not there. So, she called the director of the nursing home instead, saying that someone wanted to hurt her father and that the man was Rine's cousin. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the director immediately alerted the nearest neighbors. Jacques, a 52-year-old former gendarme and the girl's neighbor, rushed over to check on Sandrine as soon as he received the alert. After a long while, Jacques had still not returned home. Growing worried about her husband, Jacques' wife also hurried to Sandrine's house. However, as she pushed open the door to Sandrine's home, she found her husband's body and Sandrine's body lying on the floor, both covered in blood. Later, when several police officers arrived, they found Gilles' body in the basement of the house. Before she was killed, Sandrine had said something very important. She mentioned that someone wanted to hurt her dad and that he was Rine's cousin. This statement caught the attention of the police, who began to investigate who René's cousins were. After conducting inquiries, they found out that René had a cousin named Tommy, who happened to be well acquainted with Gilles. Then, Tommy was immediately arrested. However, due to his firm denial and the lack of concrete evidence, the police officers interrogating him had no choice but to release him reluctantly. Later, another police officer took over the case. He was Tommy's cousin. Upon seeing his cousin's figure, Tommy was surprised and asked why he was there. His cousin replied, "I'm here because of what you've done." Hearing this, it seemed that Tommy's mental defenses began to crack, and he started to explain why he had killed 3 people in that house. He said that he had originally just wanted to buy a gun from Gilles, but Gilles had refused. Enraged and losing his senses, he killed Gilles. As he emerged from the basement and crossed the garden, he encountered Jacques, who had come to check on the situation. He then followed Jacques into the house and shot him in the neck. Realizing that Sandrine had witnessed his crime, he panicked. In the end, in order to eliminate any witnesses, he killed her. After he had confessed everything, however, he retracted his statement once again. Meanwhile, the investigator in charge of the Béziers massacre learned about the triple murder in Kürten. He found that, in both cases, the victims had been shot, and the expert reports indicated that the same or similar weapons might have been used in both incidents. So he also approached Tommy and asked him if he had been involved in the triple murder in Béziers. However, the answer was clear. Tommy refused to answer any questions. Thus, the investigation into the Béziers triple murder once again reached an impasse. Several months later, in May 1980, a retired man walked into the police station. He claimed that the suspect in the Kürten triple murder had been present at the Mammoth store on the day of the Béziers massacre. He remembered that the man had wandered around the store seemingly looking for someone or something, and the reason he could recall this person was because of his blue eyes. The case had a new breakthrough, and Tommy was summoned for interrogation once more. Faced with the old man's identification, Tommy denied ever entering the Mammoth store. However, when listening to the suspect's recording, the old man recognized Tommy's voice again. Then, the investigators uncovered a crucial piece of information. Tommy worked at a store selling diving suits, and as part of his job, he would deliver diving suits to the Mammoth store. This meant that he had the opportunity to enter the room where the cash was kept and somehow obtain it. On June 6, 1983, Tommy's trial began. At the hearing, he pleaded not guilty and declared in front of all the jurors that he was 100% innocent, just like Christ, and that he was the victim of a detestable conspiracy. A few days later, on June 14th, he was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Additionally, during the trial, when the psychiatrists were asked about Tommy's mental state, they said he was fully lucid. The ultimate factor that led him to commit murder was his uncontrollable, irritable, and impulsive nature, which triggered a series of violent actions. Although Tommy was only convicted of 7 murders, the disappearance of the 3 German tourists could hardly be dissociated from him and one of his brothers. Actually, while he was awaiting trial, his brother Antoine was implicated in the disappearance of 2 21-year-old girls. Initially, Antoine firmly denied the charges. However, later the police discovered the girls' swimsuits on his boat. Faced with the impossibility of escaping suspicion, Antoine had no choice but to reveal the truth. He recounted how he had met the 2 girls and taken them on a boat ride. While cruising at sea, driven by lust, he attempted to seduce them but was rejected by both girls simultaneously. Consequently, he flew into a rage, killed them, and threw their bodies into the ocean. Clearly, if the 3 young German girls had indeed been murdered, their fate would have been identical. As time went by, Tommy became one of the longest-serving and oldest prisoners in France. Although he had been eligible to apply for parole since January 1998 and had submitted multiple parole applications, each one was rejected. Throughout his lengthy imprisonment, he repeatedly applied for parole and probation on health grounds, but all his requests were denied. It was not until October 2024, when he was transferred to the detention center in Salon-de-Provence due to cancer, that he briefly left the prison. However, this news sparked a strong public reaction. Morel, whose wife Sylvette had been brutally murdered by Tommy, was particularly outraged. He felt extremely indignant that Tommy should receive any special treatment. In his view, the man who had killed his wife should not be granted any favors. On November 20th, 2025, Tommy passed away in prison, bringing his life to a close. From his youthful impulsiveness to his lonely old age, from the courtroom trials to the long years behind bars, was he 100% innocent? Tommy's son provided an answer. He said, "There will be trouble if he gets out. He has only one thing on his mind: revenge on those who spoke out." My blood and the blood of my victims must be on the heads of my torturers. The punishments I have suffered have destroyed all my feelings as a human being. That was why I had no pity for my victims. Looking back at the criminal history of the world, there are not many serial killers who can be called vampires, and even fewer who are truly notorious. Andrei Chikatilo, who was active from the 1980s to 1990s, killed 52 people during his criminal career and drank the blood of one of his victims. Richard Chase from the US, a mentally deranged drunkard and drug user, believed that drinking blood could cure his illness. So, after committing his crimes, he would slit the throats or blood vessels of his victims, collect their blood in containers, and drink it. In addition to Andre and Chase, there was another vampire in the early 20th century, whose modus operandi was both brutal and cold-blooded. His name was Peter Kürten. Over the course of 17 years, he murdered at least 9 victims and was involved in several attempted murders. Moreover, after the crime scenes were discovered, he would return to the locations, discuss the details of the cases with the police as an ordinary citizen. Peter's childhood, like that of many notorious serial killers in history, was filled with intractable hardships and problems. On May 26, 1883, he was born into a poor, abusive family in Mulheim am Rhein. Peter was the eldest of 13 children in the family, and 2 of whom unfortunately died at birth. However, perhaps living in such a family, premature death was also a kind of relief. Peter's father was an alcoholic who lived with his wife and more than a dozen children in a tiny one-bedroom apartment where living space was extremely cramped. Yet, even in such a chaotic and extremely crowded environment, this brutal man acted like a dictator. He drank excessively and, after drinking, would quarrel with his wife and beat her and the children present. He would even force the 11 children to watch him have sex with their mother. As time passed, 9-year-old Peter became acquainted with a dog catcher, a degenerate man who taught Peter how to satisfy his sexual desires with his hands and encouraged him to engage in bestiality with dogs. Growing up in a family environment filled with twisted sexual behavior, Peter had already witnessed his parents having sex multiple times from a young age. However, due to his age, he did not fully understand the implications of what the man was trying to tell. Entering adolescence, Peter grew increasingly disgusted with his painful and twisted family. He started skipping school, running away from home, immersing himself in the chaotic streets. During this period, influenced by puberty, Peter's desire for sexual activity gradually increased, especially after being exposed to his parents' sexual behavior from a young age. He met a girl his age who allowed him to hold her hand, kiss her, and even touch her body, but she firmly resisted any further sexual advances from Peter. In order to relieve his sexual urges, Peter recalled the dog catcher's words and began to sneak into local farms and stables to engage in bestiality with dogs, sheep, pigs, and goats. In the process, he also exhibited his violent tendencies, stabbing and cutting the animals with a knife. Later, Peter claimed that he had to stab the animals with a knife before reaching sexual climax in order to achieve the so-called maximum pleasure. When asked about his family environment, Peter said this: "The whole family suffered through his drinking. For when he was in drink, my father was terrible. As you may well imagine, we suffered terrible poverty, all because the wages went on drink. We all lived in one room, and you will appreciate what affect that had on me sexually." In 1897, before running away from home, Peter took all the money he could find in the house. Shortly after he left, his father, the brutal man, was arrested and sentenced to 18 months in prison for repeatedly raping his own 13-year-old daughter. After running away, Peter moved to Koblenz. There, he was frequently brought to court for petty theft and was sentenced to prison multiple times. During his initial prison sentence, he claimed he was frequently subjected to severe punishment, abuse, and beatings, and those painful experiences gradually warped his mind. In order to escape the agony, he developed intense erotic fantasies. In the first year of the 20th century, Peter was arrested for fraud and sentenced to 4 years in prison, where he was incarcerated in Dusseldorf. In the summer of 1904, after Peter was released from prison, he was conscripted into the Imperial German Army. However, he soon deserted and became a fugitive. This was because, during his service, he had committed multiple acts of arson, setting fire to several barns and haylofts. Later, Peter claimed that he had 2 reasons for the arson. The first was to satisfy his sexual excitement, and the second was his desire to burn the sleeping vagrants alive. In 1905, Peter was tried by a military court for desertion. He was charged with multiple counts of robbery and over 20 counts of arson, and was sentenced to 8 years of solitary confinement. After being arrested for murder later on, Peter told investigators and psychologists that this period of imprisonment was the first time he had experienced such strict supervision and control. In prison, under the high-pressure environment, Peter's erotic fantasies gradually expanded in his mind to include vivid fantasies of revenge against society and acts of killing, and over time these fantasies became increasingly intense, and he derived a twisted pleasure from them. On May 25, 1913, Peter, after being released from prison, sneaked into a house in Mulheim in Rhine with the intention of committing robbery. At that time, a 10-year-old girl named Christine was fast asleep in her bed in the upstairs bedroom. By then, Peter's twisted fantasies had already affected his mind, so, upon seeing the girl, he forgot his initial goal. The next day, Peter went to a bar near the house. Local residents were discussing a recently occurred rape and murder case, with the victim being the 10-year-old Christine. She had been sexually assaulted and brutally stabbed to death. However, the focus of their discussion was not her death. In reality, Christine was not the only one in the house at that time. In that area, many residents converted the ground floor of their houses into bars or inns. Christine's parents were actually worked in the bar located downstairs from her bedroom. And the only people who could access the second floor were Christine, her parents, and her uncle. So neither the police nor Christine's parents realized that the killer might be a stranger. Instead, they suspected Christine's uncle. In the end, Christine's uncle was wrongfully imprisoned, while the real killer, Peter, frequently visited Christine's grave in the following weeks, masturbating while looking at her tombstone. 2 months later, Peter broke into another house, where he found a 17-year-old girl was sleeping. He strangled her until she was unconscious and achieved sexual climax while she was barely alive, but in the end, he did not kill her, just left the scene. At the time, no one knew why Peter spared her. The truth only came to light after his arrest. On July 14th, Peter was arrested for a series of arson and theft offenses and was sentenced to 6 years in prison. His sentence was later extended by 2 years due to his repeated refusal to obey prison rules during his incarceration. In April 1921, after being released, Peter moved to Altenburg. Initially, he lived with his sister. Later, through her introduction, he met Auguste, a woman 3 years his senior. Auguste ran a candy store and had a troubled past. She had once been a prostitute and had served time in prison for shooting her fiancé. However, Auguste was unaware that Peter also had an even more horrifying history. Peter later revealed to others he only felt the desire for sex when fantasizing about inflicting violence on another person. For example, after their wedding night, he would only have sex with Auguste when she wanted it. From 1921 to 1925, during the 4 years, Peter led a relatively normal life. He became a mold maker and actively participated in trade union activities. However, in 1925, when he and Auguste went to Dusseldorf, the peaceful life was shattered. There, Peter had affairs with a maid named Tiede and a servant girl named Mech. When Auguste discovered his infidelity, Tiede reported Peter to the police, claiming that he had seduced her. Mech, on the other hand, claimed that Peter had raped her. In the end, although the serious rape charge was dropped, Peter was still sentenced to 8 months in prison for seduction and threats. After serving 6 months, Peter was granted the opportunity for early release, but he had to leave Dusseldorf. As time moved to 1929, this year in Dusseldorf, Peter committed a series of assault cases. On February 3rd, he targeted a middle-aged woman. Standing next to some bushes, he was dressed in a neat suit with his hair neatly parted, looking like a proper businessman. In a calm tone, he motioned for her to come closer. Though the woman had no idea what was happening, she approached. However, as soon as she was concealed by the bushes, Peter suddenly pushed her to the ground, clutching tightly at the collar of her coat and shouting, "Don't make a sound, don't scream." Then he took out a pair of sharp scissors and stabbed her 24 times. Fortunately, despite the multiple stab wounds, the woman survived because none of the scissors thrusts had pierced any vital organs. On February 8th, Peter strangled a 9-year-old girl named Rosa until she lost consciousness, and then brutally stabbed her abdomen, temples, genitals, and heart with scissors. He then doused Rosa's body with a bottle of kerosene and set it on fire. Watching the child's body char as it burned, he experienced sexual climax. 5 days later, Peter traveled to the northern suburbs of the Flinchen district in Dusseldorf, where he murdered a 45-year-old mechanic named Rudolf. He stabbed Rudolf 20 times with scissors, particularly targeting the head, back, and eyes. When Rudolf's body was discovered, he nonchalantly returned to the crime scene, dressed in a neat suit, and conversed with the police investigating the case. Despite the stark differences in age and gender among the 3 victims, all 3 crimes took place in the same area, occurred around dusk, involved repeated stabbing, and lacked any apparent motive of robbery or other criminal intent. These numerous similarities led local investigators to conclude that the 3 cases were most likely committed by the same person, and the victims appeared to have been chosen at random. From March to July, although Peter claimed that he attempted to strangle 4 women, and one of whom he threw into the Rhine River, he did not kill any other known victims before August 11th. On August 8th, Peter met a woman named Han, whom he described as a girl eager for marriage. He then made an arrangement with her to take her on a date on the 11th. That day, Peter and Han had a pleasant outing. After spending a few hours together, he lured Han to an isolated meadow. He later claimed that at that spot, Han pleaded with him to spare her life, but he simply sat on her, strangled her with his hands, and stabbed her chest and head with scissors until she died. 3 weeks later, Peter returned to the cornfield where he had buried Han. He planned to dig up her decaying corpse and nail it to a tree, staging a fake crucifixion to shock and disgust the public. However, Han's body was too heavy for him to carry out this idea, so he simply dug up her corpse, lay beside her, and embraced and caressed the decaying body. He later said, I felt very satisfied every time I thought about what was lying there. 3 months after murdering Han, perhaps out of boredom, Peter sent an anonymous letter to the police. He admitted to killing Han and mentioned that her body was buried in a cornfield. The letter included a crude map indicating the location of the body. In the end, investigators found Han's body on November 15th, following the directions in the letter. Several days after the murder of Han, in an attempt to mislead the police, Peter switched his weapon of choice from scissors to a knife. In the early hours of August 21st, he carried out 3 random attacks. The victims were an 18-year-old girl, a 30-year-old man, and a 37-year-old woman. Fortunately, none of them died. On August 24th, Peter stood at the entrance of an amusement park and saw a 5-year-old girl and a 14-year-old girl walking out. He followed them through several streets to a vegetable field near the girl's home. Then, Peter stopped them. He took out some money and handed it to the 14-year-old girl Louise, asking her to buy cigarettes for him. Once Louise left, Peter was alone with the 5-year-old girl, Gertrude. It was clear that Peter's moment to commit a crime had arrived. He first strangled Gertrude and then took out his knife, slashing her throat, and left her body in a field planted with beans. When Louise returned to the scene, before she could ask where her sister was, Peter killed her. But even Louise was dead. Peter did not stop. He immediately placed his mouth over Louise's wound and drank her blood. A day later, Peter approached a 27-year-old maid named Schultz and brazenly asked her for sex. Despite his neat appearance, Schultz flatly refused due to his rude manner of speaking. After being rejected, Peter repeatedly stabbed Schultz in the head, neck, and back with a knife. Fortunately, Schultz did not die and survived the attack. However, despite having interacted with Peter, she was unable to describe his appearance in detail due to the pain and shock. She only managed to say that the attacker was around 40 years old. In September, Peter changed his weapon again, this time switching from a knife to a hammer. On the evening of September 30th, he met a 31-year-old maid named Liet at the train station. He successfully persuaded her to accompany him to a cafe and then take a walk along the Rhine River. There, he took out the hammer and attacked Liet, knocking her unconscious. Peter did not kill her, but merely sexually assaulted her before leaving the scene. On October 11th, he encountered a 22-year-old maid named Elizabeth outside a theater. Her situation was similar to that of Liet, but unfortunately she died from severe injuries after being struck on the head and both temples with the hammer. On October 25th, Peter attacked 2 more women with a hammer, and both of them survived. On November 7th, Peter encountered 5-year-old Alberman on a street in Dusseldorf. He coaxed the child into accompanying him to an abandoned vegetable field. There, he grabbed her by the throat and, following his usual modus operandi, stabbed her head with scissors. As Alberman fell to the ground, he continued to stab her head and chest 34 more times. In those days, these cases had already attracted immense public attention due to their extreme brutality and the diverse backgrounds of the victims, as well as the varying methods of assault and murder. Initially, both the public and the local police believed that the crimes were committed by multiple individuals rather than a single person. By the end of 1929, the Dusseldorf police had a list of 900,000 different names of suspects. Over 9,000 people had been questioned, and the public had sent them more than 13,000 letters. Just 2 days after Alberman's murder, a local newspaper received a letter. It detailed the location of Han's grave and precisely indicated where Alberman's body was buried, stating that her corpse was concealed beneath a pile of bricks and rubble. Later, through handwriting analysis, a graphologist concluded that the letters about Han and Alberman were written by the same person. This conclusion led Ernst, the chief inspector from the Berlin Police Department, to determine that the series of attacks were likely carried out by a single individual. In addition, the murder of Alberman was Peter's last fatal attack. Although he carried out a series of hammer attacks and strangulations from February to May 1930, injuring 10 victims, all of them survived and were able to describe his appearance to the police. At this point, his identity was about to be revealed. His criminal career was also nearing its end. On May 14, 1930, a man approached a 20-year-old woman named Maria at the Dusseldorf train station. After learning that Maria was looking for temporary accommodation and work, he offered to take her to a hostel. Maria, unsuspecting, agreed to his suggestion. However, as they walked, Maria sensed something was amiss because the direction they were heading became increasingly remote with hardly any pedestrians. So, she argued with him. As they were arguing, a man dressed in a neat suit with neatly parted hair walked over. It was Peter. He asked Maria if she had been harassed by the man. Seeing Peter approaching, the man walked away directly. Then, Peter invited Maria to his apartment to rest for a while. Obviously, Maria, who had just been deceived, immediately realized Peter's motive. She clearly stated that she was not interested in him and would not have sex with him. Hearing this, Peter nodded calmly. Instead of arguing, he directly took control of Maria, took her into a small grove of trees, and attempted to sexually assault her. During this time, Maria kept screaming loudly. Perhaps because Peter did not bring his tools for the crime, he could not kill Maria immediately, so he let her go. After surviving the attack, Maria did not report it to the police. As a newcomer to Dusseldorf, she was unaware of the series of attacks that had occurred in the area. She only mentioned the incident in a letter to a friend. On May 19th, an employee at the local post office opened a letter because the address was incorrect. However, this letter was the one Maria had sent to her friend. Sensing something was amiss, the employee forwarded the letter to the Dusseldorf police. Not long after, the letter was sent to Ernst, the chief inspector of the Berlin Police Department. After carefully reading the content of the letter, he concluded that the person who attacked Maria was very likely the same one responsible for the multiple crimes. Although the slim chances, he located Maria and inquired about the detailed events of that day. In the meantime, Peter confessed his criminal career to his wife and urged her to claim the substantial reward offered by the police for his capture. The next day, after a night of contemplation, August went to the police station, told the investigators that her husband Peter was the killer of the series of murders and attempted murders. That afternoon, Peter was arrested. Upon entering the interrogation room, he unreservedly admitted to his crimes, including 9 murders and 31 attempted murders. He made no attempt to make excuses, but instead recounted his life, using the injustices he had suffered to justify his actions. He also stated that he had drunk blood from the throats of some victims, from the heads of others, and licked blood from the hands of yet another. For example, after killing Han, he drank so much blood from the wound on her neck that he vomited. This is why Peter became known as the Vampire of Dusseldorf. When discussing the weapons he used in his attacks, he emphasized that although he changed his methods and tools to mislead investigators into believing they were looking for more than one killer, the weapons he used were irrelevant to his goal of seeing the victims bleed. He said, whether it was a knife, scissors, or a hammer that made him see the blood, it didn't matter to him. He also admitted that many victims survived not because they were lucky, but because he achieved sexual climax early in the attacks and no longer needed the blood for stimulation. During the interrogation, he stated that the primary motive behind all his criminal activities was to retaliate against an oppressive society. He felt that his multiple imprisonments throughout his life were unjust, and his crimes were also a form of revenge for the neglect and abuse he suffered in his childhood. In the end, numerous psychologists concluded that Peter was not a madman and that there was nothing wrong with his mental state. He was deemed a sane individual capable of standing trial. On April 13, 1931, the trial began. Peter was charged with 9 counts of murder and 7 counts of attempted murder. When asked if he felt any pangs of conscience for his actions, he replied, "I have none. Never have I felt any misgiving in my soul. Never did I think to myself that what I did was bad, even though human society condemns it. My blood and the blood of my victims must be on the heads of my torturers. The punishments I have suffered have destroyed all my feelings as a human being. That was why I had no pity for my victims." The trial lasted 10 days. On April 22nd, the jury reached a verdict in less than 2 hours. Peter was found guilty and sentenced to death for the 9 murders. He was also found guilty of the 7 attempted murders. When the judge pronounced the sentence, Peter showed no emotion. In his final statement to the court, he said that he now considered his crimes so terrible that he did not want to make any excuses for them. Later, Peter did not appeal his conviction. Instead, He requested to see his confessor, wanting to write letters of apology to the victim's relatives and a final farewell letter to his wife. On the evening of July 1st, 1931, he had his last meal, a Wiener Schnitzel, a bottle of white wine, and fried potatoes. At 6 o'clock in the morning on July 2nd, he was executed by guillotine in the prison in Cologne. Before his execution, his last words were, "Tell me, after my head is chopped off, will I still be able to hear, at least for a moment, the sound of my own blood gushing from the stump of my neck? That would be the pleasure to end all pleasures." Even in his final moments, Peter still exhibited a twisted fascination with violence and bloodshed, fantasizing about hearing his own blood gushing out even as he faced death. Looking back at the entire history of crime in the United States, the victims of most serial killers are predominantly women, with very few serial killers specifically targeting men for murder. Therefore, whether it is Jeffrey Dahmer, the cannibal, who killed 17 young men, or Robert Berdella, known as the Kansas City Butcher, or Carl Panzram, who was active in earlier times and full of hatred, the terror they brought is indescribable. However, their crimes either did not reach the peak in scale or were gradually forgotten due to the passage of time. Nevertheless, there is one man who, although extremely vague in the public memory, had a victim count of at least 23 young men, making him one of the deadliest serial killers in the United States known to target male victims. The FBI even stated that his case is the most severe nationwide in terms of the number of deaths and duration over the past 2 decades. He is Ronald Dominique, the Bayou Strangler, whose notoriety is far from matching his crimes. He is an introverted, obese man with an extremely deceptive nature. On January 9, 1964, Ronald was born in a trailer park in Thibodaux, Louisiana. His parents were impoverished laborers. He was the youngest child with 5 older siblings. Because the family was always struggling financially and his parents were busy making ends meet, they had no time to pay attention to Ronald's feelings. As a result, from the time Ronald could remember, his life was tinged with gloom. As time went by, Ronald entered the local high school. However, due to his melancholic personality, poor communication skills, and being overweight, none of his peers wanted to befriend him. Unable to be accepted by his peers, especially since he had no interest in drugs or alcohol, he became the laughingstock of the school and a target for bullying. He was never allowed to attend parties organized by his peers, and his classmates constantly ridiculed him for lacking athletic ability. As graduation approached, Ronald realized that he was attracted to men. Although the gay liberation movement had rapidly developed after the 1969 Stonewall riots in New York, homosexuality was still not accepted by society. Thus, Ronald's sexual orientation made his already difficult life even more challenging. After discovering that he was gay, Ronald began secretly visiting a local gay bar. Unfortunately, some classmates happened to see him entering the bar. Instead of understanding Ronald, these classmates subjected him to even more severe harassment. Although Ronald firmly denied being gay, his explanations did not change his situation of being bullied at school. In 1983, he graduated from high school and was admitted to Nicholls State University, majoring in computer science. However, college life did not bring him any new hope. Instead, it made him feel more isolated. So, he quickly lost interest in college and dropped out in the mid-1980s. Without the support of his studies, Ronald's life became even more aimless. He did not know what kind of job would suit him. Moreover, he had an innate aversion to authority and was never willing to commit to anything. He could not find a stable job. He could only do low-skill labor like his parents in exchange for a meager salary. In June 1985, Ronald took his first step on the path of crime. He was arrested for making obscene phone calls and was fined $75. This experience briefly made him realize the mistakes in his behavior. In the following nearly 10 years, he tried to abide by the law and worked minimum wage jobs, but always failed to stick to them. During the periods when he could not support himself, he would rely on the financial help of his mother and sister and live with them. As a gay man, Ronald was unmarried and childless. He longed for love but could never establish a serious relationship, could only seek temporary solace in bars. He liked to spend most of his free time in gay bars and often dressed up as Patti LaBelle, a singer he adored. However, due to his personality and physique, He could not blend into the local gay community and was often looked down upon. In May 1994, Ronald was arrested and fined for drunk driving. At this point, he had already gradually lost himself. His miserable life, unsuccessful love life, and even the dislike from the group he identified with all pressed tightly on his mind. 2 years later, a half-naked young man jumped out of a house window. He was excited but extremely panicked and claimed that a short and fat man, Ronald, had sexually assaulted him and tried to murder him. After the case, 32-year-old Ronald was arrested by the police with a bail of $100,000, an extremely exorbitant amount. However, when the case was about to be transferred to the court, the prosecutor's office could not find the victim and could not confirm the identity of the victim. So, the case was dismissed in November of that year. But this case dealt a heavy blow to Ronald. Because of his short stature, he was targeted and sexually assaulted by some inmates in jail. Since 1997, in small towns in Louisiana, an uneasy atmosphere would permeate the air after nightfall. The locals, who thought their lives were peaceful and monotonous, had no idea that a demon was reaping innocent lives. In July 1997, 19-year-old African-American David Mitchell left his grandmother's house alone after a relative's birthday party. 2 days later, his body was found in a ditch beside a road in St. Charles Parish. The autopsy report showed water in David's lungs, but with no visible injuries on his body and no traces of drugs or alcohol, his death was initially ruled as accidental drowning. However, David's father was certain it wasn't an accident. He knew his son was a good swimmer. Also, David's pants were pulled down to his ankles when his body was found, which didn't fit the accidental drowning scenario but seemed more like murder. Just 5 months later, another case occurred in St. Charles Parish. Gary Peer, 20-year-old, was found dead with his clothes on and no signs of injury or drugs, but this case also didn't attract enough attention. Ronald, an ordinary-looking man in the small town, often spent his time in gay bars. The bar owner's impression of him was that he was quiet, never caused trouble, and didn't drink alcohol, only soda. However, David and Gary were actually Ronald's victims. When Ronald began his criminal career, he went to gay bars just to look for murder targets. He would lure those people with alcohol, drugs, housing, or the temptation of a so-called girlfriend. Once he successfully persuaded them, he would lead them to his mother and sister's camper, subdue and tie them up, and then rape and murder them. Over 10 years, he murdered at least 23 men, with victims ranging in age from 16 to 46, mostly African Americans. On July 31, 1998, Larry Ranson, a 38-year-old drifter, became Ronald's first bound victim, whose body was found with obvious signs of binding. In early October of the same year, Oliver LeBanks, 27-year-old, was lured into Ronald's car. At that time, Oliver, fired for drug use and in financial trouble, had turned to sex work. After having sex with Oliver, Ronald beat and strangled him to death. After killing Oliver, Ronald murdered 16-year-old Joseph Brown, 18-year-old Bruce Williams, and 21-year-old Manuel Reed in the same way. In June 1999, 21-year-old Angel Maya became another of Ronald's victims. This case gave the police a clue. Angel, Joseph, and Gary all lived close to each other, suggesting that the killer's area of activity was relatively fixed. In September of the same year, the naked body of Mitchell Johnson, 34-year-old, was found in a forest near Metairie. Several months later, the tranquility of Lafourche Parish was also shattered. Michael Vincent, 23-year-old, disappeared after a late-night walk, and his body was found a few days later, with the cause of death being asphyxiation. In early October 2000, Ronald chose his murder target to be his neighbor, which was by far his boldest decision. At that time, 20-year-old Kenneth Randolph Jr. lived in the trailer park near him. Ronald, taking advantage of his neighborly status, lured Kenneth into his trailer and carried out the assault and murder. Afterwards, he dumped Kenneth's body in a field outside the city. Initially, the local police conducted an investigation and even questioned Ronald. However, they never anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded man was the real culprit behind the multiple murders. Nevertheless, the police questioning still intimidated Ronald, causing him to refrain from committing further crimes for over a year. On February 10, 2002, Ronald was arrested by the police again. It was not because his crimes had been exposed, but because he had assaulted a woman. It was said that the reason for the assault was that he saw the woman driving dangerously in the parking lot and hitting a baby stroller. So he rushed over, argued with her, and punched her. Later, although Ronald was prosecuted, the case was dismissed because Ronald reached a settlement agreement with the woman. On October 12th of the same year, on the streets of Houma, 26-year-old Anoka Jones became Ronald's next victim. Like the previous victims, he was lured by Ronald, willingly bound, and then strangled to death. This was also the reason why Ronald was able to successfully kill so many men. 1 month later, Ronald and his sister moved to the rural, unincorporated community of Bayou Blue, where Ronald found a job inspecting the local power supply. This job allowed him to travel regularly and provided him with more opportunities to commit crimes. Around the same time, Ronald killed 19-year-old Datrell Woods, whose body was dumped in a reed field. His body was not discovered until May 24, 2003, and the cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. Since Woods had asthma, the case was initially treated as an accident until Ronald was arrested and the truth came to light. Over the next 2 years, Ronald murdered 9 people: Larry Matthews, Michael Barnett, Leon Lorette, August Watkins, Kurt Cunningham, Alonzo Hogan, Wayne Smith, Chris DeVille, and Nicholas Pellegrin. Among them, Leon was initially suspected by the police of being the murderer of Anoka because he had lived with 2 other victims, Michael and Anoka. Ronald's last confirmed victim was 27-year-old Christopher Sutterfield. In the summer of 2006, Christopher met Ronald, and they began dating. However, on October 14th, just a few months later, while they were on a date in Iberville Parish, Ronald suddenly struck Christopher on the head with a blunt object, causing him to lose consciousness and die instantly. After Christopher's body was found, local police interviewed his relatives, friends, and acquaintances. They all confirmed that the last time they saw Christopher, he was with a man driving a black sport utility vehicle, but they couldn't remember what the man looked like. Louisiana in 2006 was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Ronald's crimes were like an endless nightmare, but fortunately, it finally came to an end. In November 2006, Ricky Wallace, a resident of Bayou Blue, reported his terrifying encounter with Ronald to the police. Wallace claimed that Ronald lured him into his trailer with the promise of sharing drugs and having sex with a girl. However, once inside Ronald's trailer, Ronald kept persuading him to tie himself up because the girl liked bondage play. Feeling strange, Wallace didn't agree to Ronald's proposal. He suggested leaving, and Ronald didn't stop him. Later, Wallace, thinking something was off, reported his experience to the police. His story was initially met with skepticism because there might really be a girl who liked that kind of play. But with 23 murders having occurred, the police couldn't afford to ignore any potentially useful leads. They decided to conduct a further investigation into Ronald. Later, Ronald was brought to the police station for questioning. During his detention, he agreed to donate blood for DNA testing. The following week, the results surprised all the investigators as the tests linked Ronald to multiple murders. The DNA evidence showed a perfect match between Ronald's and that left by the killer on the remains of Oliver and Manuel. December 1, 2006, Ronald was arrested at a homeless shelter. He appeared unusually calm, even somewhat relieved at the time of his arrest. He told the police that he had known he would be caught sooner or later and had moved out of his sister's house to avoid causing her any inconvenience. Upon arriving at the police station, Ronald unexpectedly expressed his willingness to cooperate with the investigation. He confessed to the 23 murders, though the details were known only to the police. Nevertheless, Ronald refused to admit to the assaults. He argued that many of the victims had willingly agreed to be bound, handcuffed, and treated in such a manner because they wanted money. He insisted that if the victims refused, he would let them go without harming them, and which also corroborated Wallace's experience. During the interrogation, Ronald revealed his motives for the murders. He claimed that he wanted to eliminate all witnesses because he did not want to go to prison again. He said that after his 1996 arrest for rape, he had been strongly affected, remaining in a negative emotional state, and even beginning to exhibit symptoms of mental disorders. "I was afraid of going back to prison," Ronald told the officer interrogating him. "I didn't want to go through that pain again. Why Ronald was not arrested for 10 years? The first reason was that multiple law enforcement jurisdictions did not coordinate their investigations, and their information was not shared. Secondly, although Ronald had been briefly incarcerated several times, his blood and fingerprints were never taken. On September 24, 2008, Ronald avoided the death penalty by pleading guilty to all charges and was sentenced to 8 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. He is currently serving his sentence in a Louisiana prison and will spend the rest of his life there. 19th century was a really significant period in world history. There were some big changes in politics, the economy, society, and culture. These changes reshaped the world order back then and laid a solid foundation for the formation and development of modern society. But in that century, the history of crime also had a pretty shocking aspect. Countless serial killers emerged, and their existence was a reflection of the dark side of that era. Among these serial killers, there were those who became world famous for their mysterious identities, such as Jack the Ripper. At the same time, there were also those who were notorious for their brutal methods of committing crimes, such as the infamous shepherd's killer Joseph Vacher. His story is filled with cruelty. His methods of committing crimes included sexual assault, throat cutting, strangulation, disembowelment, evisceration. So, after his arrest, he was also known as the French Ripper, often compared with Jack the Ripper. And it was only because of his arrest that we had clear evidence and records of Joseph's crimes, with no made-up details, just cold, undeniable horror. In 1869, Joseph was born into an ordinary peasant family in Beaufort, France. He was the second of 16 children in his family. From a young age, he took on responsibilities for the family, herding on the farm. However, when he was around 7 or 8 years old, an accident happened. A sheepdog suffering from rabies bit him. Although Joseph was promptly administered the serum, from that day on, his personality became unpredictable and his temper uncontrollable. One time, a bunch of boys teased Joseph for getting bitten by the sheepdog. However, in a fit of anger and humiliation, Joseph grabbed his father's shotgun and fired at them. Another time, Joseph thought his younger brother was taking it easy while they were pushing a wheelbarrow. Then, Joseph got so mad that he even tried to strangle his brother. In 1885, his family could not cope with looking after him anymore, so they sent him to a Marist Brothers school, hoping he would learn to be obedient and respectful towards God there. Back then, these schools were set up to provide education in rural areas, especially to address the lack of religious education. The people who started these schools really emphasized that to properly raise kids, you've got to love them, and love them equally. However, after only about 2 years there, Joseph was expelled from the school for reasons including animal abuse and masturbation. Inability to control emotions, animal abuse, shooting at others with shotgun, and wanted to strangle his own brother. These behaviors are almost all precursors to committing violent crimes. Moreover, a year before Joseph was sent to the school, there was a murder case in the nearby town. A 10-year-old boy was raped and murdered in a barn. At the time, the crime was attributed to a vagrant, but perhaps 14-year-old Joseph was the real murderer. After leaving school, Joseph got a job as a waiter and moved to Marcolin to live with his sister and her husband. But unfortunately, during his stay with them, he caught syphilis because of his messy personal life and had to have surgery to remove his left testicle. On June 29, 1888, Joseph committed his first recorded crime. That day, he was on a farm and tried to rape a 12-year-old boy named Marcellin. Marcellin was in the barn on his own, tying up hay. However, Joseph pushed him to the ground from behind and attempting to sexually assault him. But as a boy who had worked on the farm for many years, although his strength was no match for the already adult Joseph, his resistance still bought him enough time. Several minutes later, his cries for help attracted the attention of others, and Joseph had to leg it out of there. In 1889, Joseph's brother-in-law kicked him out of the apartment. With no other options, Joseph decided to join the army. But from the start of his military service, his fellow soldiers couldn't stand him because of his thievery, bad temper, and aggressiveness. Even his first year on the job, he assaulted his superior officers at least twice. The first attack happened because Joseph was arrogant. He thought his superiors weren't giving him the attention he deserved and that he should be promoted a lot quicker than he actually was. So when a newly promoted corporal tried to calm him down, he suddenly pulled out a razor and tried to attack him. Luckily, Joseph didn't hurt anyone, but seeing that the assault had failed, he then tried to slit his own throat in a suicide attempt, which was his first known failed suicide attempt. The other assault was caused by a sergeant confiscating his brandy, so he wanted to stab him. Later on, Joseph was diagnosed with paranoid delusions and ended up in a mental hospital for a short while. But when he got back to the barracks, despite having assaulted his superiors twice, he was soon promoted to corporal, and by 1892, he was promoted to sergeant. However, his promotion did not stop his violent behavior. Because he was a sergeant, he could beat ordinary soldiers without batting an eyelid. For example, he once almost strangled a soldier to death. Matthew, one of the soldiers who testified, said that Joseph kicked him in the stomach and threatened him with a court-martial because he couldn't march at a steady pace. In the spring of 1893, Joseph was stationed in Bisankan. This tranquil city witnessed the budding of his love. He fell in love with a young maid named Louise, whose gentleness and beauty deeply attracted him. However, on the day of their first date, he even proposed to Louise, and his proposal was filled with threats. He said that if Louise betrayed him, he will kill Louise. Hearing this, the frightened Louise immediately rejected Joseph. But Joseph did not give up. On the contrary, his behavior became increasingly obsessive. He first tried to move in with Louise and her parents, and after being rejected, he began to follow and monitor Louise's life. Later, Louise gave Joseph a chance. She accepted his invitation and went on a date with him. However, when Joseph saw a man talking to Louise, he lost his temper and suddenly attacked the man. Louise was frightened by Joseph's behavior. In order to get away from him, she moved back to her parents' home and vowed never to see Joseph again. In response, Joseph began to write love letters to Louise, trying to woo her again and repeatedly proposing. On June 24, 1893, because Louise wouldn't have anything to do with his letters and gifts, Joseph went after her in the street, dragged her into a dark alley, pulled out a kitchen knife and shouted, "As good as today as tomorrow." Luckily, before Louise could be harmed, some people walking by scared Joseph away. On June 25th, the next day, Joseph bought a sword cane, a revolver, and ammunition. Then he broke into Louise's house and told her that she had to either accept his proposal or return the letters and gifts he had sent her. But before Louise could say anything, he shot her 3 times with the gun. Then, straight away, he tried to kill himself again by shooting himself in the head. Luckily, Louise survived, even though she was really badly hurt. She had a front tooth missing and wounds on both temples. She was back at work 2 weeks after the shooting, after getting her teeth sorted. Joseph survived just like Louise, but one of the bullets ended up staying in his right ear. Afterwards, his right ear was completely deaf, accompanied by persistent suppuration, and the nerves on the right side of his face were paralyzed. On July 7th, Joseph was sent to a mental hospital to be checked over. There, he often got into fights with the staff and wrote letters to officials saying they'd treated him badly. Meanwhile, an investigation into his attempted murder was launched. The judge in the trial asked an assistant physician from the mental hospital to write a report on Joseph's mental state. The report said that Joseph had a mental illness with delusions and wasn't responsible for what he did. So, on December 21st, the court found Joseph not guilty by reason of insanity. Later, Joseph was transferred to the state-run St. Robert's Psychiatric Hospital outside of Grenoble. He stayed there for 4 months until the doctors declared him fully recovered, and he was released on April 1st, 1894. On the very day of his release, Joseph met with Matthew, the soldier he had beaten. He told him that he had deceived the mental hospital staff into believing he had only experienced a temporary bout of insanity, which led to his release. Shortly after his release, Joseph became a vagrant, wandering from Normandy to Provence, covering the southeastern part of France. During his travels, he barely sustained himself through begging and working as a day laborer on farms. Additionally, he started out as a murderer while he was on the road. No one knows exactly how many people he killed. He only admitted to 11 murders, 1 woman, 6 young girls, and 4 boys. Most of his victims were young shepherds or shepherdesses who were attacked, strangled, had their throats slit, were disemboweled, sexually mutilated, and in some cases, the females were raped after death. On May 19, 1894, Joseph murdered and dismembered Eugenie Delham, age 21, in Isser. On November 20th, he slit the throat and dismembered Louise Marcel, age 30, in Villegas. On May 12, 1895, he cut the throat of Augustin Morchereau, age 17, in Étals. On August 24th, he slit the throat and raped a 58-year-old woman in St. Ours. One of the victims was Victor, who was only 16. On the 31st of August, 1895, around 3 in the afternoon in the city of Bernin, a 12-year-old shepherd called Rodman, who was driving cattle in the fields, discovered that his companion Victor, who was supposed to be tending to the flock, had vanished. The flock stayed put, so Rodman strolled up to it and shouted Victor's name as loudly as he could. However, Victor did not respond, so Rodman tried to drive Victor's flock back to the farm. Then, he noticed a large pool of fresh blood in the field. Panicked, Rodman immediately ran to the nearby farm, shouting for other shepherds, explaining the situation and asking them to call the village guards. And soon, the guards followed the blood trail and quickly found Victor next to a pine stump. Victor was dead, almost naked and covered in terrible wounds. The injuries were really bad. The murderer had slaughtered him like an animal. Victor's belly was totally opened up and all his insides were taken out. He had 3 wounds on his chest and neck, one of which was on his carotid artery. A vagrant was seen near the crime scene, so the local court got a search warrant with an accurate description of the suspect, who had a scar or swelling on his right eye, and this description was spot on for Joseph's appearance. On the morning of August 4th, 1897, sunlight bathed the fields of Champis, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of pine. MaryBeth was collecting wood and pine cones for heating, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Joseph, the vagrant, holding a pair of scissors in his hand, silently approached Marie. Fortunately, before Joseph could successfully attack Marie, her 2 children saw him and screamed in terror, alerting Marie to run. Marie's husband, Plantier, also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Although Plantier was small in stature and unarmed, his courage and love for Marie drove him to charge at Joseph without hesitation. But he did not foolishly rush to Joseph's front, using his fists against scissors. Instead, he kept picking up stones from the ground and throwing them at Joseph. After a few minutes of back-and-forth tussling, several neighbors nearby heard the commotion. They were collecting coal slag at the time and immediately rushed to the scene to help Plantier upon hearing the cries for help. In the end, with the help of everyone, Joseph was successfully subdued. As Plantier and the others escorted him to the residential area, he said to another vagrant, "Hey, look, I wanted to have a quickie. They wouldn't let me." The residents first locked Joseph in a shed of a nearby inn, with the innkeeper, Charlin, and 4 neighbors guarding outside the shed. Meanwhile, Plantier and Marie hurried to the St. Pierre police station to report the incident. In 6 hours, Joseph kept cursing non-stop inside the shed. He hurled all sorts of obscenities at Charlin and the others, roaring that he had rights and wanted to exercise these rights over all women. When Charlin joked that Joseph should get married, Joseph seriously replied, "No, I have as many rights over all women as anyone else, and I want to use them." In other words, he meant that any man's wife or daughter was his sex slave in his minds. When Charlin asked Joseph why he didn't simply pay for sex women instead of indiscriminately attacking them, Joseph replied, "No, I respect myself more than you do. I don't want what you're talking about. I need young girls, such as shepherdesses or cowgirls." Charlin inquired further, asking why Joseph had attacked the older Marie if he wanted young girls. Joseph responded, "Oh, I would have preferred another young girl from a nearby farm. That's exactly what I wanted." When Plantier returned with 2 gendarmes, Joseph was playing the accordion. Upon seeing the gendarmes, he said, "If you were in my position, you would do the same. But you have women. I don't have." Initially, Joseph was charged with public indecency for attempted rape and sentenced to 3 months and 1 day in prison. However, several months earlier, despite the slow progress of the police investigation, they had already connected multiple murders that had occurred in the surrounding areas. At that time, the newly appointed local judge had studied these murder cases and reached a conclusion: the same person had committed these brutal murders. The victims in these cases had all been dismembered, and the victim groups shared similarities. They were shepherd boys and girls. Moreover, Joseph's appearance matched the description of the vagrant seen near the crime scene of Victor's murder. His right eye was severely swollen and continuously oozing pus. So the local police suspected that Joseph was the serial killer they had been searching for and sent him to St. Paul prison. Initially, although the authorities believed they had captured the murderer, there was almost no physical evidence to prove that Joseph was the perpetrator of the serial murders. Joseph also firmly denied any involvement during the interrogation. He attempted to evade responsibility for attacking Marie by claiming insanity, saying that he had been bitten by a rabid sheepdog, and the venom had seeped into his blood, driving him mad. As time went on, his defenses became increasingly absurd. He even claimed to be a messenger sent by God and compared himself to Joan of Arc, as if his actions were part of some divine mission. October 7th, Joseph suddenly confessed to the murder charges against him. Initially, he admitted to 8 killings, which later increased to 11. Joseph said, "Since I might be wrong, let me tell you the whole truth. Yes, all the crimes you accuse me of, I committed them, and it was in moments of anger. As I have already told the prison medical services doctor, I was bitten by a rabid sheepdog when I was 7 or 8, and I have always believed that it caused my madness." As the investigation went on, it turned out that Joseph had been bitten by a sheepdog, but it wasn't the sheepdog that had messed with his head. It may be the sheepdog's owner, the village's head of guards. Investigators reckon that the head of guards probably sexually abused Joseph when he was 6 or 7, which is why Joseph developed persecutory and suicidal thoughts. Joseph couldn't remember because his brain had automatically filtered out the painful memory. Whatever, after a long examination by a team of doctors, included the eminent Professor Alexander Lacassaigny, Joseph was declared mentally sane. So this finding could not serve as a reason for him to evade legal punishment. In the end, Joseph was convicted of murdering Victor and sentenced to death. On the morning of December 30th, 1898, he was dragged to the guillotine by the executioner. In front of 3,500 spectators, he was executed by the guillotine. This world seems calm, but there are hidden stories of terrible crimes in many places. For instance, Ronald Dominique, also known as the Bayou Strangler. Although his introverted nature and short fat, he silently killed at least 23 young men. Another one is Joseph Vacher, the French Ripper, who haunted the rural areas of France like a ghost. He killed at least 11 people, employing brutal methods such as throat slitting, strangulation, and even evisceration, removing their internal organs, as if every victim had become part of his bloody game. Thomas Wayne Crump, he is another figure whose story is rarely known, yet his crimes are equally appalling. In a near maniacal manner, he took the lives of 7 people, even including his ex-wife. After being arrested, Thomas remained restless in prison, attempting to cause further trouble and nearly claiming another life. He was born in 1940 in Muncie, Indiana, to an average family. His childhood was a mix of the busy life in the small town and the calm moments, and later, a chance encounter during his teenage years changed the course of his life. 2 boys around his age, Larry Morris and William Wagner, joined him in forming a theft gang. In the mid-1950s, a time of turmoil, they stole one car after another. In 1958, when he was 18, Thomas committed a serious crime for the first time. After a woman had a dispute with his mother, he became angry and wanted revenge. He attempted to kill the woman, though his attack was unsuccessful. A year later, Thomas was accused of stealing 4 different cars within 48 hours. However, such brazen actions, he narrowly escaped imprisonment. In 1960, his life continued to hover on the edge of criminality. That year, he and an accomplice tried to rob a man in the public restroom of a hotel. Although he was arrested by the police for attempted robbery, Thomas cunningly argued that he had merely intended to steal the man's wallet and not commit robbery, so he shouldn't be arbitrarily labeled with such a charge. In the end, he was only convicted of a misdemeanor theft and sentenced to a month in jail. Soon after his release, however, he was convicted again, this time for burglary, and received a suspended jail sentence. In May 1961, an incident happened that demonstrated the extremity of his mental state. At that time, he and one of his friends were cruising the streets in their car when they forcibly dragged a man into their vehicle. Once the car reached a speed of 40 miles per hour, they immediately threw the man out. Later, despite being charged, Thomas brazenly claimed that the man had voluntarily entered the car to hitch a ride, but had suddenly jumped out during the drive. In February 1962, Thomas and two accomplices lured a 54-year-old man from a bar to a remote area and robbed him of all his money, totaling $82.70. However, this time Thomas could not evade the police. They arrested him and successfully secured a conviction. The judge, Ralph Rector, during the sentencing, noted that given Thomas's history of evading prosecution, he had no choice but to sentence him to 1 to 5 years in prison. During his incarceration, Thomas's life was far from easy, but he longed for freedom and dreamed of escaping his confinement. In 1963, he and his cellmate, Robert Lindsay, planned to escape from prison. However, due to the tight supervision by the prison staff, they failed to find an opportunity to break out. Their plan ultimately failed, and Thomas was not released until 1966. That year, he fathered a son with a woman, but the bond of family did not hold Thomas back. Instead, he was charged again with robbing a hotel employee. During his detention by the police, despite his claim of having committed the robbery, there was no evidence to convict him. Soon after, he left his hometown and moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico. On July 13, 1967, he committed a robbery in Albuquerque, during which he nearly killed a clerk. After the robbery, he fled New Mexico in a panic and ended up in Saranac, Michigan. However, when a bartender in Saranac asked to see his ID card, Thomas flew into a rage. This man with an extremely vengeful nature, he tracked down the bartender just a few hours later and stabbed him 10 times with a knife. Fortunately, the wounds were not fatal, and the bartender survived. And Thomas was convicted of attempted murder and sent to a Michigan prison. 10 years later, Thomas reappeared on the streets of Albuquerque. As soon as he was released from prison, he returned to the city. This time, he didn't commit any crimes. Instead, he became a construction worker. Not long after, he took a job at AKFC and quickly rose to become the manager through hard work. It was there that he met Rhonda Higdon, a 16-year-old girl. Rhonda fell in love with Thomas at first sight. In her eyes, Thomas was a mature and kind man, and she had no idea about his violent past. Despite the more than 20-year age difference, love quickly heated up their relationship. They got married and had a child. As time went by, however, their love didn't grow stronger. There were many problems emerged. By July 13, 1980, Rhonda could no longer bear it and asked Thomas for a divorce. On the surface, Thomas didn't seem to have a strong reaction. He just said that he wanted to see Rhonda one last time and take her out for dinner. Because they had been married for years, so Rhonda agreed to Thomas's request. When they met, she got into Thomas's car as usual, but as soon as she fastened her seatbelt, Thomas drove straight toward the suburbs. The Rio Grande River originates in the San Juan Mountains in southern Colorado and flows through New Mexico and Texas, and Thomas took Rhonda to the banks of the Rio Grande River. He first asked her to get out of the car and took out a 9mm semi-automatic pistol and fired 5 shots at her. And then he hid Rhonda's body in a nearby ditch and drove away from the scene. On September 9th, Thomas was hitchhiking on the side of the road while on the run, as the police were tracking his movements. Eventually, a 58-year-old man driving a pickup truck stopped and agreed to give him a ride. However, as soon as Thomas got in the vehicle, he became like a raging animal, slashing the man's throat with a knife, stealing $600 from his wallet, and then driving off in the pickup truck toward Nevada. Fortunately, the man he attacked survived. Soon, Thomas arrived in Las Vegas and found a room in a motel, sharing it with 2 other men. On October 4th, he invited Jody James, a 26-year-old local prostitute, to his room. According to Thomas, after having sex with her, he drowned her in the bathtub, although the subsequent autopsy showed that she had been strangled. The day after Jody's murder, Thomas shot his 2 roommates, but he didn't check on their conditions, which allowed them both to survive. 4 days later, Thomas returned to Albuquerque. On the same day, 78-year-old Irving Plastid, an elderly man from Minnesota, asked Thomas for directions. Then, Thomas let him into the car, claiming he would take him to his destination. However, he drove Irving to the edge of the city, robbed him, and shot him in the chest. Although Irving was still alive at that point, Thomas shot him in the head, killing him. By that time, Thomas had already been wanted by investigators, as he was considered the sole suspect in the 3 murders and other crimes. His crimes were like an unstoppable nightmare, spreading across various cities. His name had become the focus of the police and the subject of public discussion, but he didn't care about any of that. He continued to plunge deeper into a life of crime. On November 16, 1980, in a motel in New Mexico, 2 men engaged in a heated argument, and their shouting drew the attention of those around them. Sensing the situation was escalating, the motel staff called the police, who arrived quickly in an attempt to intervene. However, one of them was Thomas, the killer, so the police unexpectedly arrested him. During interrogation, he confessed to a series of crimes he had committed over the past 5 months. The following year, he was convicted of murdering Rhonda and sentenced to life imprisonment. Several months later, he was again sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Irving. However, while serving his sentence in the New Mexico prison, he committed another crime. At that time, Thomas, along with several other inmates, attacked 3 prison guards. One of the guards, Gerald Magee, a 33-year-old, tragically lost his life in the assault. On June 17, 1982, in the prison kitchen, Thomas was making pumpkin pie with 10-inch shackles on. This was a routine activity in the prison aimed at teaching inmates some basic life skills. However, Thomas had other ideas in mind. While making the pumpkin pie, he took the opportunity to free himself from the shackles. Whether it was due to a lapse in prison management or a cruel twist of fate, he surprisingly managed to escape from prison. Not long after, Thomas reappeared on the streets of Albuquerque. The first thing he did upon arriving was to abandon the stolen car. Then, just as he had done before, he stood by the roadside and hailed a taxi. The driver was a young man, 22-year-old Steve Hewitt. However, as soon as Thomas got into the cab, he pulled out his gun and said to Steve, "I want you to know that I'm Thomas Wayne Crump." Before he could finish his sentence, he pulled the trigger and fired 2 shots. Miraculously, both bullets grazed Steve's skull without causing any significant harm. Hours later, Thomas hailed another taxi. This time, the driver was a 44-year-old man named Ian Smith. As soon as Thomas got into the car, the same thing happened as a few hours earlier. He pulled out his gun and announced, "I want you to know that I'm Thomas Wayne Crump." But Smith fought back, and a struggle ensued between the 2 men. During the fight, Thomas accidentally pulled the trigger and shot himself in the right shoulder. Despite the pain, he managed to fire at Smith, killing him. Weakened by his shoulder wound, Thomas staggered into a nearby motel and collapsed on the floor, crying in agony. Seeing his condition, the motel staff immediately called the police. Within minutes, local officers arrived at the scene and arrested him. Nearby, the police also found the taxi with Smith's life signs fading. Despite the police's attempts to provide first aid, he ultimately died from his gunshot wounds. Meanwhile, Thomas was taken to a hospital in Albuquerque, where he received emergency treatment. In April 1981, Thomas stood in the defendant's dock in the Albuquerque courtroom, facing charges of murder and attempted murder. He chose to plead guilty. In the end, the judge sentenced him to 62 years in prison, in addition to 2 life sentences. Soon after, he was extradited to Nevada, where he still had to stand trial for Jody's murder. During the trial, the prosecutor played a videotape. Thomas admitted to strangling Jody, saying that he was angry because someone had entered his room and taken his money. He said, "I lost control. I had nothing. I told Jody she could go to hell with that money." There's no justification for murder or violence, but in my mind, there is. She deserved it. I don't feel any remorse about it. I could have gotten my money without killing her, but I wanted to kill her. It was an eye for an eye. It was premeditated. I knew I was going to kill her, and I did. After the trial, Thomas was sentenced to death. In May 1984, he was sent to death row, where his life became monotonous and desperate. There, he admitted that he had killed 7 people in his lifetime, including a priest when he was 16. He was originally scheduled to be executed on November 14, 1986, but the execution was postponed. And in 1992, he was charged with attempting to murder another death row inmate, though the inmate survived. While on death row, Thomas repeatedly stated in interviews, he said, "I'm not making excuses. I have no sympathy for the victims or anything I've done. Ask me why. I don't know. I've been searching for that why for years." He also frequently expressed his desire to end his life through lethal injection, but he received multiple stays of execution. It wasn't until 5:15 a.m. on June 22, 2018, that he died in a medical facility at the Northern Nevada Correctional Facility. By that time, more than 30 years have passed since he was sentenced to death. In human society, there are three types of innocent and vulnerable groups: unborn fetuses, newborn infants, and adults who have been severely deprived of mental capacity. Among them, newborn infants are the most innocent and vulnerable. Their immune systems are the least developed, and they can't escape, appeal, or accuse any form of external harm, and their life or death is basically up to the decision of other adults. Looking back at the criminal history of the world, infants seem to rarely become targets of criminal attacks. However, this is not because they are exempt, but because they are seldom seen as independent victims. In reality, infants are not distant from violence, but distant from strangers' violence. According to stats from 2017, infants under 1 in England and Wales were more likely to be homicide victims than any other age group. Most of the time, the killers were their dads, moms, or legal guardians. Even when they die, people will explain their deaths as sudden infant death syndrome, accidents, or family tragedies. 40 years ago in New York State, there was a woman who became a notorious serial killer for murdering multiple infants. However, what is chilling is that of the 9 infants she murdered, 8 were her own biological children. It is well known, even tigresses do not harm their own cubs. The fiercest beasts will protect their young. So what exactly caused the woman to develop the idea of killing infants? And she never admitted her guilt. She said she was merely ending their suffering, but were those infants truly suffering? September 11, 1942, MaryBeth Tinning was born in Duansburg, a small town in New York State. On that day, her father, Alton, was participating in World War II with his military unit, while her mother, Ruth, walked into the town's hospital alone and gave birth to her. Although the war did not reach Duansburg, it destroyed MaryBeth's family. Alton was affected by the war and could not return home to care for his wife and his newborn daughter. Meanwhile, because Ruth had to care for MaryBeth alone, she could not continue working, so she chose to send MaryBeth to relatives for foster care. During her childhood, MaryBeth was like an unlabeled suitcase, being passed around and temporarily placed in the homes of different relatives. Life living under someone else's roof was not easy. Without the company and care of her father and mother, she was completely emotionally neglected. Later, a hunchbacked great-aunt told MaryBeth a cruel fact. She told her, "You were conceived by your parents by accident. Nobody wanted you. Nobody wanted to take care of you. You are a burden." These cruel words completely affected MaryBeth, and because of them, this little girl was tormented for a lifetime. After Alton finished his military service and returned home, he worked at a nearby General Electric factory. However, her father's return brought no positive impact to MaryBeth. On the contrary, he quickly had a son with Ruth and constantly doted on him, as if giving all the love he had owed to MaryBeth to this son. Later, MaryBeth said to her brother, "You were the one they wanted, not me." Moreover, after MaryBeth was arrested, when the police interrogated her to learn about her family background, she specifically mentioned what her father, Alton, had done. She told the investigators that after her father was discharged from the military and came home, he often physically punished her, hitting her with a fly swatter and even locking her in a closet. But in court, she made excuses for him. She said, "My father hit me with a fly swatter because he had arthritis and couldn't make a strong fist. He locked me in the closet because he thought I deserved to be punished." In 1961, 19-year-old MaryBeth graduated from the high school, but her grades were average and she had no particular skills. In the following years, she worked in various low-wage, unskilled jobs at restaurants, laundries, and convenience stores. In the end, she found a job at Ellis Hospital in Schenectady, a nursing assistant, helping patients with their daily living activities and basic vital signs monitoring. During this time, in 1963, MaryBeth met Joseph through an introduction, and they got married in 1965. On the surface, MaryBeth seemed like a good match for marriage, with a formal job and a decent appearance. However, Joseph was unaware that his wife, had a tragic childhood and was in very poor mental health. 2 years after their marriage, MaryBeth and Joseph had their first child, a daughter named Barbara. Later, in the winter of 1971, MaryBeth's father, Alton, the man who had affected MaryBeth's entire life, died of a heart attack. No one knows what impact Alton's death had on MaryBeth, but since then, a series of unsettling events began to happen. In the same month that Alton passed away, MaryBeth's third child, Jennifer, was born, and almost 2 years earlier, she had given birth to her second child, Joseph Jr. But Jennifer's birth was not a happy event. She had hemorrhagic meningitis and multiple brain abscesses, which had already formed in the womb. She lived for only 7 days. And then, 2 weeks later, 2-year-old Joseph Jr. was rushed to the emergency room. MaryBeth claimed that Joseph Jr. had been having continuous convulsions, vomiting, and even experiencing symptoms of choking. Since the doctor was unable to determine the cause of the illness, Joseph Jr. was only observed in the hospital for a few days before being allowed to be discharged. However, on January 20th, 1972, just a few hours after the boy was discharged, MaryBeth brought him to the emergency room again, and by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was already dead. On March 1st of the same year, MaryBeth and Joseph's eldest daughter, Barbara, was admitted to the hospital. MaryBeth said that Barbara had suddenly started convulsing, and the next day, Barbara, who was about to turn 5, was declared dead. The hospital attributed her death to Ray's syndrome, a rare but potentially fatal acute condition characterized by acute non-inflammatory encephalopathy and fatty liver failure. In 1973, Timothy was born, and 18 days later, he was found to be lifeless. His mom, MaryBeth, she told the doctors that she had found the baby unresponsive in the crib, and then the cause of death was attributed to sudden infant death syndrome. Sudden infant death syndrome is not a single disease, but an exclusionary diagnosis. It refers to the sudden death of an apparently healthy infant under 1 year of age during sleep, which cannot be explained after a complete autopsy and scene investigation, and it is also known as crib death. In 1974, Joseph was rushed to the hospital due to barbiturate poisoning and nearly died. After being saved, he revealed the reason for his poisoning. At that time, he and MaryBeth's marriage was in trouble and on the verge of breaking down because of the successive deaths of their children. However, one day, taking advantage of his unawareness, his wife, MaryBeth, had put the barbiturate tablets she had obtained from the mother of an epileptic daughter into his grape juice, and he then drank the juice and was then taken to the hospital. However, even if he almost died, Joseph neither charged MaryBeth nor chose to divorce her. In March 1975, MaryBeth gave birth to the family's 5th child, Nathan. However, just a few months later, he died while out with MaryBeth. In August 1978, they adopted Michael, a child from another family, and 2 months later, MaryBeth gave birth to her 6th child, Francis. In January 1979, she rushed to the emergency room just 1 street away from her home with Francis, who was convulsing. At that time, the doctors successfully resuscitated Francis. However, even though she was saved, the poor little girl was later taken to the emergency room again by her mother due to cardiac arrest. Although Francis was successfully resuscitated once more, the convulsions and cardiac arrest had already caused irreversible brain damage. So, in the end, MaryBeth agreed to forego the resuscitation order and ended her life. In the autumn of that year, the family's 8th child, Jonathan, was born. However, not even half a year had passed when Jonathan spent his last 4 weeks in the hospital's intensive care unit. In those days, everyone except Joseph believed that MaryBeth and Joseph had some kind of genetic disease, which was why their children always had accidents. The truth of the matter did not fully emerge until an incident in 1981. In February 1981, Michael, the child adopted by MaryBeth, fell down the stairs by accident and suffered a concussion. On March 2nd, MaryBeth took Michael to the hospital, claiming that he had been sleeping and could not be awakened. No matter what she did, he never woke up. After the doctors examined Michael's condition, he was confirmed dead. His symptoms were almost identical to those of all of MaryBeth's deceased children. However, Michael was adopted and had no blood relation to MaryBeth or Joseph. This incident revealed to everyone an uncomfortable fact. The previous children, including Michael, might have been murdered by MaryBeth rather than dying from a genetic disease. But the evidence had not yet been found. Even with strong suspicion, MaryBeth could still continue with her life. 4 years later, in the summer of 1985, on August 22nd, MaryBeth's last child was born. Her name was Tommy Lynn, died of suffocation. On the day of the infant's death, just a few hours after receiving the news of the infant's death, Betsy from the Schenectady County Department of Social Services and Imfeld from the police department knocked on the door. They were prepared to take MaryBeth and Joseph back to the police station to question them about the exact cause of Lynn's death. In the interrogation room, MaryBeth signed a written confession, admitting to personally killing Lynn, Timothy, and Nathan. Immediately afterward, she was arrested and charged with the murder of Lynn. Later, MaryBeth, she claimed that her confession had been coerced by the interrogators. They had threatened her, and her repeated requests to hire lawyers had been denied. Initially, the 8 deceased children were successively registered as having died from natural causes, undetermined reasons, and sudden infant death syndrome. After Lynn's death, authorities re-examined 6 of the infants but found no signs of trauma or abuse. Later, Michael, the chief forensic pathologist of the New York State Police Special Forensic Unit, determined that Lynn had died from asphyxiation caused by another person, not from a genetic disease, and the deaths of the other 8 children were also considered suspicious. Robert, the Schenectady County Chief Medical Examiner, admitted, "If anyone is negligent, I suppose I am. I probably should have said there must be more to it than this, but we all think and don't do." In the summer of 1987, inside the court, MaryBeth stood in the dock. The first witness called by the prosecution was Lynn's pediatrician, who said, "I had suggested installing a breathing monitor for the baby, given the deaths of her previous children, but she refused on the spot." Experts from the foundation associated with sudden infant death syndrome and the county medical examiner subsequently testified, and their conclusions were unanimous. Lynn had been smothered to death. Later, the jury deliberated for a full 23 hours. During this time, they requested a rereading of Joseph's testimony, the man with whom she had spent 20 years. He recounted her confession to him, in which she admitted, "It was me who killed Lynn," and then, the jury unanimously concluded that MaryBeth did not intentionally murder the infant, but her actions constituted second-degree murder due to extreme indifference to human life. At the time of sentencing, MaryBeth covered her face with her hands and wept quietly, while Joseph still told the reporters, "I always believed she was innocent." Ultimately, MaryBeth was sentenced to a term of imprisonment ranging from 20 years to life, and she was incarcerated at Bedford Hills Correctional Facility. In March 2007, at the age of 65, MaryBeth sat before the parole board. She said, "I know my daughter is dead, and I live with that every day, but I have no memory of it and can't believe I would have hurt her." The members of the parole board had seen many criminals and heard countless excuses. But only when MaryBeth spoke of her crime, it was as if she were describing someone else's nightmare. 2 years later, MaryBeth appeared in the same room once again. This time, she said, "When I killed my daughter, I was at the lowest point in my life." This statement was extremely perfunctory and showed no remorse. The parole board wrote in their denial letter, "Her expression of remorse is, at best, superficial." In January 2011, at the age of 69, MaryBeth made her 3rd application for parole. She said, "After the other children died, one after another, I completely fell apart. I became a broken, worthless shell. My youngest daughter was so young, and at that time, I just assumed she would die too. So I did it." In addition, the Georgetown University Law Center and her fellow inmates wrote letters on her behalf, describing her as the most loving, generous, and considerate person. However, these letters, along with her words, had no effect, and her 3rd parole application was still denied. In 2013, during her 4th parole hearing, when asked why she killed Lynn, MaryBeth replied, "I just can't remember. I mean, I know I did it, but I can't say why. There's no explanation." This time, the parole board members realized that MaryBeth was not evading the question, but was genuinely stuck in a deeper, almost philosophical confusion. In the end, They condemned her actions by saying, "This was an innocent, vulnerable infant who deserved a mother's care, yet you brutally betrayed that trust." On August 21, 2018, after her 5th and 6th parole applications were denied, she finally walked out of the women's prison gates. Her husband Joseph was there, waiting to take her home. Between 1992 and 1994, in Charlotte, North Carolina, 9 young black women were raped and murdered. The first murder took place on June 15, 1992. At that time, the killer only casually cleaned up the crime scene. However, as time went by, the brutality of the murders escalated, including but not limited to necrophilia and arson to burn the crime scene. In those days, this series of events sparked outrage among the local black community, especially since these murders happened in their place. The inability to crack the case was not due to the killer's sophisticated modus operandi, but rather because, at that time, Charlotte had a population of 400,000 residents, yet only 7 full-time investigators. Despite their dedication, determination, and professionalism in their work, because the killer's methods were so chaotic, these murders were not connected for a long period of time. It was not until the local police, under immense pressure, had no choice but to seek assistance from the FBI. On June 19, 1992, the manager of the Bayangles contacted a woman named Kathy, claiming that her sister Carolyn had not shown up for work for several days and he hoped she could check on what had happened to her. Hearing this, Kathy rushed to her sister's apartment. However, upon entering the apartment, Carolyn was not home and there were no signs of violence in the room. So, Kathy left a note expressing the concerns of the manager and herself. In addition, Kathy contacted her sister's roommate, Sadie, to inquire about her whereabouts. But Sadie was also unaware of her location, and it was not until Kathy contacted her that she realized Carolyn had not been in touch for over 48 hours. So, Kathy and Sadie combined their information and together reported their suspicions to the police. The investigator who took on this case was named Anthony. He first located the manager and learned that the last time he had seen Carolyn was on the evening of June 15th, when she had just finished work and asked him if he could change a $10 bill into coins for her because she needed to do some laundry at the laundromat. The person who drove Carolyn home was her relative Robert, who stated that Carolyn had shown no strange behavior when he dropped her off. Later on, Anthony searched the apartment. As a detail-oriented investigator, contrary to Kathy's statements, he believed that the apartment appeared to have been the scene of a struggle. There were signs that the furniture had been rearranged, and Caroline's bedsheet was missing. It was neither in the laundry basket filled with clothes nor in any corner of the room. However, despite Anthony's continued search for Carolyn, all leads regarding her turned up empty. In the end, Carolyn Love was classified as a missing person, becoming one of the many cases of missing individuals. 8 months later, on February 19, 1993, Sylvia returned home from work to prepare dinner for herself and her teenage daughter, Sharon Nance. Strangely, Sharon was not home. She was supposed to have returned in the morning and her wallet and coat were still in the dining room. Normally, Sharon would never leave without her wallet, nor would she forget to wear her coat in the cold spring. So, Sylvia first called Sharon's boyfriend, Kirkpatrick, and learned that he had not seen Sharon all day. She then called the restaurant where Sharon worked part-time, but the staff informed her that Sharon was not on the schedule for that evening. The news that Sharon was neither with Kirkpatrick nor at her part-time job hit Sylvia like 2 hammers to the head, leaving her in a state of panic. Upon receiving Sylvia's call again, Kirkpatrick immediately drove to her house, trying to comfort her. After a few words of reassurance, Kirkpatrick began to search the house for clues, hoping to figure out where Sharon might have gone. He first walked into the downstairs bathroom, where the carpet was damp and the shower curtain was not properly closed. Through the translucent curtain, Kirkpatrick noticed what seemed to be a dark shape in the bathtub. He yanked the curtain open and let out a scream, because there was Sharon, lying naked in the bathtub with her head submerged underwater and her lifeless eyes staring upward. Later, Sharon was pronounced dead. After forensic examination, it was revealed that her skull had suffered lacerations and bruises from a blunt force trauma. However, this was not the cause of Sharon's death. There were ligature marks on her neck and small bleeding spots on her face, lips, and throat, indicating that she had been strangled to death. The instrument used was likely a rope or a belt. Despite the police's extensive efforts, the case remained unsolved. They questioned Sharon's colleagues, friends, and acquaintances, but failed to identify any suspects or determine a motive for the crime. Audrey Spain, a 24-year-old employee at Taco Bell, was known for her diligence. She rarely missed a workday. Therefore, when she failed to show up for 2 consecutive days on June 23rd and 24th, her manager became concerned that something had happened to her. In order to check if she was ill, he first called her but only got her voicemail. He then tried to contact her sister, but, again, there was no response. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to reach her, he decided to visit Audrey's apartment in person. Upon arriving at the building, he noticed that Audrey's car was still parked in the lot, so he approached the building's caretaker and requested access to Audrey's apartment to check on her, as she had been out of contact for 2 days. As the caretaker entered Audrey's apartment, the worst-case scenario unfolded. Audrey was found naked and lifeless on her bed, her eyes protruding and her neck wrapped with some clothing. It was clear that the young woman had died. Carolyn, Sharon, and Audrey, 3 cases of disappearance and 2 nearly identical murder cases, all occurring within just a few months of each other. Unfortunately, none of the 3 cases had any witnesses stepping forward to claim they had seen someone acting suspiciously. No one, not even the police or the media, had realized the existence of a serial killer. Moreover, the investigations into their cases gradually cooled down. This was because the statistics for Charlotte in 1993 showed that there were over 51,000 criminal incidents, with 9,100 classified as violent crimes, including 87 murders, 350 rapes, over 2,000 sexual assaults, and nearly 6,000 cases of battery. As a result, the local police had to focus on those cases that might be solvable, rather than the 3 seemingly unsolvable ones, especially since they had not been connected. Valencia Jumper, a 21-year-old female college student from South Carolina, worked part-time in a grocery store and a clothing store to pay for her tuition. In August 1993, her life completely vanished. On the evening of the 9th, Valencia's boyfriend, Douglas, smelled something burning when he arrived at Valencia's apartment. There were also wisps of black smoke seeping through the gaps in the door. Fearing that Valencia might be hurt, Douglas tried to open the door, but it was locked. So he immediately knocked on the door of the neighbor, asking them to call the fire department. After the firefighters arrived and chopped open Valencia's door with an axe, one of them saw a girl lying in one of the bedrooms, severely burned. The cause of the apartment fire was later attributed to a pot on the kitchen stove, and the girl was identified as Valencia, whose body had been charred. The coroner concluded that Valencia had died of burns, with no other external factors involved. In fact, the case was initially ruled as an accident until the killer was arrested and Valencia's body was re-examined. The coroner then revised his diagnosis and changed her cause of death to strangulation. The next victim was Michelle. Her manner of death had slight distinctions from the previous victims. While the earlier victims were strangled, Michelle was not only strangled but also stabbed multiple times, an ordinary kitchen knife piercing her back. Her body was discovered by her 2 young sons, aged 3 and 1, respectively. No one saw or heard the attacker. Perhaps the 2 children did see the attacker and were aware of his presence, but they could not describe his appearance or remember his voice. The coroner's autopsy revealed that the blade had penetrated the upper left side of Michelle's back, just below the shoulder blade, causing fatal injuries to the heart and lungs. Also, she had been sexually assaulted. The successive murders of black women, all occurring in the local minority community, incited extreme outrage among the black residents. They interpreted the police department's lack of progress as racial discrimination. They believed that the police failed to solve these murders because the victims were black and the perpetrator was white. They claimed that local politicians and police were indifferent to the plight of the black community. They also could not understand why the police could not compare the fingerprints found at the crime scenes with those of criminals on file. In response to these concerns, the police held an emergency press conference, promising to achieve results as soon as possible and stating that their investigation would not cease but would continue. Moreover, a black police officer named Gary was compelled to step forward to explain why they had not apprehended the killer. Evidently, Gary had no answers. He could not explain anything. He stated that, as a black man, he could not gain the understanding of his fellow community members. People in the community despised him, and he had become a scapegoat. February 20th, 1994, Vanessa's mother, Barbara, went to her daughter's residence as usual to pick up her grandson to play at her house. 25-year-old Vanessa was an employee at a medical center. Due to her job, she sometimes had to work overtime, so she often had to leave her child in the care of her mother. Normally, Vanessa would be waiting at the door before Barbara even reached the entrance of her house. But this time, although Vanessa's child was sleeping on the sofa, she herself had vanished. Barbara searched the entire house, the kitchen, bathroom, and living room. In the end, in the bedroom, she found a quilt on the bed, seemingly wrapped around something. When Barbara lifted the quilt, she discovered her daughter, Vanessa, lying on the bed in a contorted position, with a pillowcase tightly wrapped around her neck. In early 1994, the Charlotte police sought the assistance of the FBI to identify the killer they were looking for. Meanwhile, Gary, the black police officer, was working hard to connect the loose dots. He and his team interrogated local suspects who had a history of violence and could move about the black community without drawing attention. They also reconnected with the families and friends of all the victims because perhaps there truly was a single clue that connected all the victims, but they just hadn't found that crucial piece of evidence yet. In March 1994, the case finally saw a breakthrough. Between March 8th and 11th, 3 murders occurred. On March 9th, Betty, an employee at the restaurant where Carolyn had once worked, did not show up for work for 2 consecutive days. The restaurant manager, who had personally experienced Caroline's disappearance, became extremely cautious. He first called Betty, but there was no change in the outcome. Betty did not answer. So he immediately called the police. Subsequently, the police arrived at Betty's apartment and discovered her body. She was lying face down on the mattress, strangled with a towel, and had been dead for over 24 hours. However, this time, the killer left some clues. Unlike the previous victims, Betty's apartment had clearly been ransacked. Her television and VCR were missing, and her car, which had been parked in the lot, was also gone. In response, the investigators immediately notified other departments to check for cars on the road and to visit local pawn shops to see if anyone had pawned Betty's items. However, before anyone had time to feel sorrow and anger for Betty, a phone call came into the police. The caller was a man who claimed that his girlfriend, Brandy, was dead in her apartment. The investigators from the local police department had just arrived at the location reported by the man when they were astonished to find that Brandy's room was in the same apartment building as Betty's. Moreover, the crime scene of this murder was even more chaotic because the killer had also attacked a baby. The man who called the police, Villegas, lived with Brandy in the same room. He had just finished his night shift and hurried home. However, as soon as he arrived, he found the room in disarray. His girlfriend was lying on the bed, strangled with a towel, and their 10-month-old child was also on the bed with a towel around its neck. Fortunately, the baby did not die on the spot. Meanwhile, the police obtained the most crucial clue. They put together all the statements from the families and friends of the victims they had interviewed and came up with a name that had connections to all the victims. Henry Louis Wallace. Sharon and Audrey had worked for the same manager, who was Henry. Valencia was a friend of Henry's sister. Michelle frequently dined at the restaurant where Henry worked. Vanessa was the sister of Henry's ex-girlfriend. Betty was a friend of Henry's current girlfriend. Villegas was also a friend of Henry. And the long-missing Carolyn had been the roommate of Henry's current girlfriend. Clearly, Henry was the only individual who had contact with all the victims. Reviewing all the murders, the victims had hardly any defenses. Their deaths occurred in their homes, with no obvious signs of forced entry. All these signs pointed to one thing. The attacker was someone they knew. Henry fit this condition perfectly. However, to arrest Henry, the police needed to find evidence of his guilt. Fortunately, soon after, Betty's car was found. Upon examination, investigators successfully discovered Henry's fingerprints in the trunk of the car. On the evening of March 11th, the police kept Henry's residence under surveillance in an attempt to arrest him. However, Henry seemed to sense something and did not go home. It was not until around 5 in the afternoon the next day that the police arrested him at a friend's house. The officers present at the time stated that Henry was sober when he was arrested. He was very calm and composed and did not offer any resistance. As Henry was taken into interrogation room, another body was discovered in Charlotte. Deborah, age 35, was found dead. She had been sexually assaulted, beaten, stabbed, and strangled. She was also a friend of Henry. During the interrogation, when asked by the police if he knew the reason for his arrest, Henry initially only mentioned his charges related to theft. After several hours of continuous questioning, he admitted to killing all 9 women. In addition, he confessed to killing a sex worker and hiding her body in a remote place not far from where he had disposed of Caroline's body. Henry also revealed the details and thoughts behind his murders of those women. He stated that although he had robbed most of the victims before killing them, his true motive was not robbery but sexual assault. He wanted to act out his fantasies of power and control, which is why he killed them. In the following weeks, the police verified Henry's statements and found evidence one by one. They also located the long-missing Caroline. Finally, on April 4, 1994, Henry was formally charged with 9 counts of murder and a series of other offenses, including rape, sexual crimes, and assault. Henry, age 29, appeared to be an extremely amiable individual. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds, he was talkative, positive, and always wore a smile. No one could have imagined that such a person would become a serial killer. According to a social background investigation, Henry had grown up in a dysfunctional environment from a young age. Born on November 4, 1965, in South Carolina, his father was a married high school teacher, and his mother was a pitiable woman who had been deceived. She had lost her own mother at a young age, and her father had abandoned her early on. When she became pregnant out of wedlock and gave birth to 2 children, the man by her side was already married. Consequently, Henry's mother harbored a deep resentment towards life, which she vented on Henry through violence and emotional abuse. As the only breadwinner in the family, Henry's mother had to work long hours to pay the bills. However, working meant she could not take care of the children, so her discipline became extremely strict. Whenever one of the children made a mistake, she would take out a stick and have the other child whip the offender's bottom. During high school, despite his rather uneventful life and less than ideal grades, Henry was well liked by his classmates, and his teachers considered him a well-behaved student. Since his mother did not allow him to join the football team, he became a cheerleader instead. Even though he was the only male cheerleader, no one ridiculed him. On the contrary, he received encouragement from everyone. Perhaps Henry's ability to befriend and get close to those victims was one of the most important aspects of his socializing methods. Later, Henry joined a small radio station, and it was evident that he won the affection of most listeners. Many people appreciated his humor. If he had continued in the broadcasting industry, his life would have taken a completely different path. However, he was fired for stealing CDs. Later, unable to attend college, Henry enlisted in the United States Navy Reserve in December 1984 and went to Florida for basic training. Henry served in the Navy for 8 years and was described as an outstanding sailor. During his service, he married a girl named Moretta, a girl he had been dating since sophomore year of high school. However, Moretta already had a daughter before they got married. Although Henry could accept the existence of this daughter, he longed for a child of his own, but Moretta refused to have more children. Over time, the rift in Henry and Moretta's relationship grew larger, and they eventually ended their relationship in 1992. That year, Henry also concluded his naval career. Due to an incident of trespassing, he was asked to leave the military. Henry, who had lost both his marriage and job, moved to Charlotte, North Carolina, where his mother and sister lived. There, he dated other women and fathered a daughter. However, despite becoming a father, Henry still harbored feelings for his ex-wife, Moretta. It is well known, once humans obtain something, they often yearn intensely for what they once had but lost. For example, a person who has earned a lot of money may no longer value it, and instead long for family bonds and love. In Henry's case, after having his own biological daughter, he began to yearn for his lost love. But his failed life had gradually broken his spirit. He had started using drugs at an early age. Initially, he could trade work for drugs, but as time went by, his drug habit worsened. He gave up his job and began robbing others to fund his drug use, which eventually led to his career as a killer. On January 7, 1997, Henry was convicted of 9 murders. 3 weeks later, he was sentenced to death. Later, Henry made a statement to the victims' families. These women, your daughters, mothers, sisters, or loved ones, did not deserve what they went through. They did nothing to make me think they deserved to die. However, after that, Henry continuously tried to overturn his death sentence, claiming that his confession was coerced. Nevertheless, his subsequent appeals were all rejected, and Henry remains on death row, awaiting his execution. In October 2014, the Leeds City Council in the UK launched a pilot program called the Managed Approach. It aimed to reduce the violent crimes faced by sex workers and improve local security by allowing sex transactions to be legally conducted in specific areas and time periods. Initial data showed that violent crimes related to sex transactions indeed decreased. However, as time went by, the drawbacks of the program gradually emerged. On one hand, the legalization of sex transactions led to disorder in the community environment, severely affecting the daily lives of residents. On the other hand, the safety of sex workers was not fundamentally improved. In the end, the program had to be abandoned as a failure. So, given the many drawbacks of the program, why did the Leeds City Council still attempt to implement this seemingly trouble-prone initiative to help those who are neglected by society and living on the margins? The answer lies within the history of crime in the UK. Whether it was Jack the Ripper, the Yorkshire Ripper, or Jack the Stripper, these notorious serial killers took pleasure in hunting sex workers, creating social panic with their horrifying methods. But the tragedy of history always repeats itself. Although their active periods were in the 19th and 20th centuries, and their terror has been consigned to history, just a few years before the program was launched, Stephen Wright, known as the Suffolk Strangler, committed similar crimes. His actions eventually triggered public concerns about the safety of sex workers and the re-examination of prostitution laws. So, why did his crimes attract such widespread attention, and on what basis could he be compared to the Yorkshire Ripper, who murdered 13 victims? Unlike those serial killers who were active in the past, the answer lies in the fact that, first, his case occurred as recently as 2006. And second, Stephen, the killer himself, was also someone living on the margins of society. Before becoming a serial killer, he was a loser, with 2 broken marriages, a gambling addiction, long-term alcoholism, no career achievements, only able to wander between bars and clubs near the port and the red light district. He was not a born demon, but rather the result of a series of failures, traumas, and social struggles. On April 24, 1958, Stephen was born in the Norfolk village of Erpingham. He was the second of 4 children in his family. His father served as a military policeman, and his mother worked as a veterinary nurse. However, this seemingly stable family underwent a dramatic change in 1964 when Stephen's mother, Patricia, chose to leave home. Later, in the subsequent years of his childhood, due to his father's frequent military relocations, Stephen and his siblings were moved around like pieces of luggage, being sent to places such as Malta and Singapore. In 1978, age 20, Stephen did something that many young people do. He got married. He settled down with a girl named Angela in Wales, and they soon had a son, Michael. On the surface, it seemed Stephen was making an effort to follow a conventional path. However, the good times did not last. By 1987, when Michael was around 9 years old, Stephen and Angela decided to separate, and their marriage eventually ended in divorce. That same year, Stephen married another woman named Diane, but this marriage was even shorter-lived, lasting less than a year. Stephen's marriage to Diane also revealed an unsettling fact to everyone. Domestic violence was a common part of his relationships with women. During Stephen's marriage to Diane, neighbors often witnessed scenes of him being violent. It was said that Stephen could instantly switch from a normal conversation to choking Diane, only stopping his assault when others intervened. After divorcing Diane, the 30-year-old Stephen became the manager of a bar in Norwich. He also attempted to run another bar in South London. However, it was in London that he was exposed to and became addicted to gambling. His alcoholism also worsened, and in the end, his gambling and drinking habits cost him the opportunity to manage the bars. Entering the 1990s, due to long-term gambling and alcoholism, Stephen accumulated massive debts and declared bankruptcy. Later, his sense of hopelessness and inner pain manifested in an extreme way. In 1994 and 2000, he attempted suicide twice. Once, he tried to kill himself in his car by carbon monoxide poisoning, and the other time, he overdosed on pills. Stephen, who failed to die in both attempts, decided to take a desperate risk to repay his debts. In 2001, he stole 80 pounds and was arrested and convicted of theft. This case was Stephen's only criminal record before he committed murder. After experiencing a series of life setbacks, Stephen met his new girlfriend, a woman named Pamela. In 2004, they moved in together to a house in Ipswich and began living as a couple. By 2006, Stephen, who had once dreamed of being a chef, had been married twice, run bars, and lost everything, had finally settled into his last formal job as a forklift driver. Later, while Pamela started working night shifts and their intimate relationship almost ceased to exist, Stephen revealed his hidden nature. He began frequenting places known as massage parlors and saunas, which he knew actually provided sexual services, and his purpose was to seek those services. Stephen later admitted that he had a habit of soliciting prostitutes in his life, which began when he was young and working on a merchant ship. In this way, the man often found himself in areas filled with gray transactions and marginalized people. In the last 3 months of 2006, the concentrated period before the tragedies occurred, Stephen paid for sexual services from at least 15 women. Among them were 3 women who later became victims of his murders. On December 2, 2006, a water police officer patrolling the Belstead Brook near Hintlesham in Suffolk discovered the naked body of a young woman. The forensic examination indicated that she had not been sexually assaulted, but the cause of death could not be confirmed. Later, the victim was identified as Gemma, a 25-year-old drug user and sex worker. Gemma came from a middle-class family and had once lived a popular life. However, during her youth, she became addicted to heroin. The drug addiction caused her to lose her parents' affection and her job. In the end, unable to quit drugs, she resorted to sex work to fund her drug purchases. While the police were fully investigating this case, just 6 days later, on the 8th, another naked female body was found in the waters outside Ipswich. The victim was Tanya, a 19-year-old friend of Gemma's, who had been reported missing since October 30th. Like Gemma, she was addicted to heroin and cocaine and engaged in sex work in Ipswich's red light district to support her drug habit. Before her death, her mother still believed she was working in a hair salon. On the 10th, a member of the public discovered the third victim, 24-year-old Anneli, in a woodland by the roadside near Nacton. Her cause of death was asphyxiation, and she had been 3 months pregnant at the time of her death. In addition to her unborn child, Anneli was also a mother. Her world had collapsed at the age of 16 when she witnessed her father's death from lung cancer, after which she began using drugs. The successive discovery of female bodies put the local police on high alert. At a press conference, investigators had to issue an urgent warning for all women to stay away from Ipswich's red light district. However, this could not prevent further tragedies. On the 12th, police reluctantly announced that they had found 2 more female victims. As the investigation progressed, the identities of the 2 victims were also confirmed one by one. The first victim was 24-year-old Paula, who had gone missing on the 10th and died from compression to the throat. She was also a drug user and sex worker, and she had 3 children with her partner. Before her death, Paula told the media that, despite her fear, she had to continue working out of economic necessity. The other victim was 29-year-old Annette, the oldest of the 5 victims and also a mother, as well as a drug user and sex worker. They were found near the location where Anneli had been killed. A member of the public first discovered Paula's body, and then a police helicopter found Annette's remains nearby. At the same time, the local police formally connected these murders and launched an investigation codenamed Operation Sumac. In order to ease public pressure, the chief superintendent revealed several pieces of information at a press conference. They believed that the locations where the remains were found were merely where the remains were dumped, not the original crime scenes. He also disclosed that they had found some women's clothing and accessories discarded by the murderer, which were undergoing forensic testing. As time went on, the scale of the investigation rapidly expanded and gradually evolved into a nationwide police mobilization that attracted significant attention. The chief constable of the local police publicly declared that, based solely on their capabilities, they could no longer solve this serial murder case and had to rely on external assistance. The entire city of Ipswich, and indeed the whole of the UK, was shrouded in the terrifying shadow of the murderer. Both the public and the police knew that they had to race against time because, with each passing second, the risk of the murderer committing another crime and disappearing into the crowd increased. On the 15th, over 300 police officers were involved in the investigation, and a cumulative total of 7,300 tip-off calls from the public had been received. By the 18th, not only had the number of officers involved in the investigation increased to 650, but the number of tip-off calls from the public had also reached approximately 10,000. Meanwhile, the local police announced that they had arrested a 37-year-old man suspected of murdering all 5 women. But the real breakthrough in the case occurred on the 19th when the police arrested a second suspect, 48-year-old Stephen Wright, at a residence in Ipswich. 3 days later, following intense questioning, the local police and the Crown Prosecution Service jointly announced that they were formally charging Stephen with all 5 murders. The 37-year-old man who was initially arrested was later cleared of suspicion in the subsequent investigation. January 16, 2008, Stephen's formal trial began. The prosecution presented a tightly knit chain of evidence, while Stephen's defense was riddled with holes. He claimed that he frequently sought out sex workers and had consensual sexual encounters with all the victims except Tanya. He argued that he had intended to have sex with Tanya but changed his mind and sent her back to the red light district. This contradicted his earlier excuse when he was stopped by the police, claiming he didn't know he was in the red light district and was just driving around because he couldn't sleep. And then the judge addressed the jury, saying that the loss of 5 young lives was clearly a tragedy. You may feel sympathy for the deceased and their families, but your sympathy must not sway your judgment. You might also feel some revulsion towards their lifestyle, but no matter what drugs they used or what work they did, no one has the right to harm these women, let alone kill them. On February 21, 2008, after just 8 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Stephen guilty on all 5 counts of murder. At the sentencing, the judge stated that the murders involved a considerable degree of premeditation and planning, and therefore sentenced Stephen to life imprisonment, recommending that he never be released on parole. The conclusion of the case also brought mixed emotions to the victims' families. Paula's family expressed their outrage at the lack of the death penalty, while Gemma's father felt a glimmer of relief. It's all over now, and we can finally start to move on with our lives. Despite being sentenced to life imprisonment with a recommendation of never being released, Stephen did not immediately plead guilty and accept the verdict. In March 2008, he formally announced that he would appeal his conviction and sentence. His grounds for appeal were that the trial location in Ipswich had prevented him from receiving a fair trial, and he insisted that the evidence against him was insufficient for a conviction. He even wrote to the Court of Appeal, stating, "All 5 women were stripped of their clothes, jewelry, mobile phones, and bags, yet none of these items were found in his house or car." However, Stephen's resistance appeared feeble in the face of the law. His first appeal was rejected by the court in July 2008, although there were later reports that he would launch a new appeal. Eventually, in February 2009, Stephen announced that he had decided to drop all appeals. Stephen's story did not end with his imprisonment. On the contrary, as time went by, more of his crimes were uncovered. The murder of Susanna Lamplugh in July 1986, the murder of Jeanette Kempton in 1989, and the murder of Natalie Pearman in November 1992, the disappearance of Amanda Duncan in July 1993, the murder of Victoria Hall in September 1999, the disappearance of Kelly Pratt in June 2000, the murder of Vicky Glass in September 2000, and the murder of Michelle Bettles in March 2002. Among these unsolved cases, only one murder has been directly linked to Stephen so far, namely, the murder of Victoria Hall. Hall was a 17-year-old female student who went missing on her way home from a nightclub, and her body was found in a ditch 5 days after she disappeared. In 2019, after receiving new witness information, the police decided to reinvestigate the truth of Hall's death. After years of effort, on December 7, 2023, Stephen was confirmed to be the murderer of Hall and was officially charged with her murder on May 22, 2024. Although Stephen had been arrested for many years and had gone through several rounds of interrogation, his motive for the crime was never uncovered. Stephen's father, Conrad, who was 73 years old, said after hearing about Stephen's arrest that it was impossible. Stephen could not be the killer. He was too foolish, not even knowing how to kill 5 people, take them away, and dispose of their remains in different places. As for why Stephen's mother, Patricia, left home, there was a reason. She said that over time her marriage to Conrad became increasingly discordant and violent. She also tried to take Stephen with her when she left Conrad, because Stephen, under his father's strict discipline, became more and more reclusive. Mother's departure, father's discipline, stepmother's dislike, frequent moves during childhood, the inability to establish long-term friendships with people around him, and witnessing his father's violence all gradually distorted Stephen's personality. Because he had never established long-term relationships since childhood, he preferred to use violence like his father to deal with his interpersonal relationships, such as marriage and those few sex workers he had been involved with. In August 1940, the British Royal Air Force entered the airspace of Nazi Germany for the first time and bombed Berlin. Although only a wooden pavilion was destroyed, the windows of several residential buildings were shattered, and 10 people died. Berlin, the capital of Germany, still fell into extreme panic. Millions of residents took shelter in basements. That evening, Nazi authorities ordered a complete blackout in Berlin. All 65,000 gas lamps were turned off. 1,200 arc mercury lamps were removed, and all residents were required to cover their windows with thick black cloth. From sunset until sunrise the next day, anyone who exposed any artificial light source would face a fine for the first offense, imprisonment for the second, and immediate execution by firing squad for the third. For example, on the evening of November 8, 1941, a brewery owner in Pankow, Berlin, shone a flashlight out the window to check the boiler. After being discovered by the patrol and failing to turn off the light, he was executed 15 days later. On April 3, 1942, a 17-year-old girl in Spandau, Berlin, was using a candle on the roof to write a letter to her boyfriend at the front line. After being discovered by the patrol, she was also sentenced to death. However, although the blackout measures were implemented, factories in Berlin still operated on a 2-shift or even 3-shift system, with the afternoon shift workers working until 10 o'clock in the evening. After finishing their shift, because of the blackout, these workers had to make their way home in complete darkness, with no lights at all. However, darkness meant the perfect opportunity for crime. No one would see the attacker's face, and no one would notice the attack. October 4, 1940, an ordinary Friday evening, Gertrude Ditter, a 20-year-old woman, was found dead. Her husband was a soldier fighting on the front line. 2 months later, on the morning of December 5th, 2 crime scenes were discovered simultaneously. The first victim was Elfriede Frank, who was found near the embankment of the Suburban Express Railway. Subsequent forensic reports indicated that her skull had been shattered by a blunt instrument, with extensive abrasions and comminuted fractures on her body. Clearly, she had been attacked and killed while on her way home by train, and then thrown off the train. The other victim was Irmgard Fries, a 19-year-old woman, whose body was found not far from her home. Fries had been raped and beaten to death. Shortly after, on December 22nd, the body of the fourth victim, Elizabeth, was discovered by several railway workers. Her fate was the same as Elfriede's. She had suffered severe blows to the head and was thrown off the train, with extensive abrasions and comminuted fractures on her body. 6 days later, on the morning of December 28, 1940, the Berlin police found Gertrude Siewert, who was severely injured near the railway embankment. She was the first victim who had been attacked but did not die immediately. However, despite being urgently taken to the hospital, she eventually died from her severe injuries due to inadequate medical conditions and the prolonged exposure of her wounds. Meanwhile, the Berlin police officially combined the 5 murder cases in an internal report, as all the victims were women, murdered during the blackout period, and 3 of them had skull fractures and were thrown from moving trains. However, at that time, Nazi Germany had already launched World War II. In order not to affect the morale of the rear supply personnel and the soldiers on the front line, the Nazi government ordered the media and journalists not to report any information about the serial murders. Berlin police were also not allowed to publicly seek information about the serial murders or warn the public of the dangers of traveling by suburban express train at night. Unable to openly inquire about clues regarding the attacker, the Berlin police could only conduct their investigation under the guise of internal security consolidation, a method that was both slow and time-consuming. In addition to this, the Berlin police assigned 2 plainclothes officers to each train carriage. Female officers would disguise themselves as factory workers, nurses, or postal workers. And if there were not enough female officers, male officers would even cross-dress to blend in. In reality, this sting operation failed to catch the attacker, but the officers on stackout ended up arresting some individuals who had committed minor offenses instead. January 5, 1941, Hedwig A. Bauer, 5 months pregnant, was found unconscious near the embankment of the Suburban Express Railway. Like Seward, she had been attacked and thrown from the train. Unfortunately, later that evening, Hedwig died in the hospital from her severe injuries. But, before her death, the clue she provided perfectly matched what Seward had said, that their attacker was a railway worker dressed in a black uniform. Initially, Seward's statement had not attracted the police's attention, as it could have been mistaken. However, Hedwig's words confirmed the authenticity of this lead. At that time, Berlin had 2 million male residents, and only 8,000 of them were railway workers. So, from this point on, the police could finally narrow down their investigation without wasting a lot of time and manpower on other areas. Soon after, on February 11th, the body of the 7th victim, Johanna Voigt, was discovered. In the following 5 months, the police were questioning railway workers. Since they were not allowed to disclose information about the murders, their investigation progress was very slow. By June, out of the 8,000 railway workers, only a little over 5,000 had been questioned. In addition, the attacker did not commit another crime for 4 months after killing Johanna, until July 3, 1941, when he struck again. This time, the victim was 35-year-old Frida Cosiol, the 8th and final victim. Meanwhile, several railway workers approached the police, saying that one of their colleagues, a man named Paul Ogorzo, had been acting very strangely over the past 2 years. Paul was a seemingly ordinary, average-height, short-haired white man. Initially, he was a capable and trustworthy colleague. However, he now often made misogynistic remarks, talked about his fascination with murder, and during work hours, he would always leave his post, climb over the warehouse fence, and disappear into the night. Later, when questioned about his absences, Paul claimed that he was sneaking out to meet a mistress whose husband was a soldier. After receiving this information, Wilhelm Ludke, the head of the homicide department of the Berlin police, personally examined Paul's uniform. He found numerous small brown stains on the cuffs of Paul's uniform jackets and the inner sides of the trouser legs. On July 12, 1941, the police arrested Paul, and the interrogation took place in a small room with only a single light bulb due to the blackout restrictions. During the interrogation, Wilhelm placed the X-rays and the skulls of 2 victims on the table, indicating to Paul that they had sufficient evidence. In the end, Paul admitted his crimes, but attributed his violent actions to his long-term alcohol abuse, and blamed his drinking on a Jewish doctor who had failed to cure his gonorrhea. Attempting to deflect responsibility and align with Nazi anti-Semitic narratives. Hearing these, Wilhelm did not buy it, instead attributing Paul's motives to excessive sexual impulses, an attraction to resistance, pathological misogyny, and not related to racial revenge. The court also rejected the claim of medical malpractice and concluded the case as a common criminal serial murder. The S-Bahn murderer Paul Ogorzo was not only a railway worker but also an ardent Nazi. Born in September 1912 in the village of Montau in East Prussia, he was the illegitimate child of a farm worker named Marie, and he never met his father. Age 12, he was adopted by a farmer from Havelland. Over time, he first worked as a farmhand in the village of Nauen, then moved to a foundry in Brandenburg an der Havel, and later relocated to Berlin. In there, young Paul joined the Nazi Party and subsequently the Nazi Party's paramilitary organization, the Sturmabteilung. The Sturmabteilung's membership largely consisted of veterans, unemployed youths, and malcontents. It was a quasi-military violent group and the Nazi Party's enforcers, intervening in elections, engaging in street violence and intimidation, and disrupting opponents' rallies. The Sturmabteilung played a significant role in Hitler's rise to power. Before his arrest, Paul was a squad leader in the Sturmabteilung. In 1934, Paul was employed by the Deutsche Reichsbahn, working as a track layer in the suburban express railway system in Berlin. Soon after, he was promoted to assistant signalman at the Ruhleben marshalling yard, located in the eastern suburbs of Berlin near Karlshorst, which also became the area where Paul committed most of his crimes. In 1937, Paul married Gertrude Ziegelmann, a female saleswoman 2 years his senior, and the couple had one son and one daughter, living in an apartment in Karlshorst. Usually, neighbors would see Paul tending to cherry trees in the small garden and playing with his children in the alleyways. However, these were all part of his disguise. For example, during the trial, his wife testified that he was suspicious and violent, often beating her and repeatedly accusing her of infidelity without any basis. After his arrest, Paul made a systematic and detailed confession to the police, enabling the investigators to reconstruct his criminal trajectory. In late August 1939, Paul was still living in Karlshorst. After the outbreak of World War II, Friedrichsfeld and its surrounding areas became a well-known widow's street. Most of the men in that area had been conscripted into the army, leaving only women behind, and thus Paul targeted that area. He specifically targeted lone housewives and committed a total of 31 rape and robbery cases. During the attacks, he would either strangle the victims, threaten them with a knife, or beat them with a club. In the statements of the victims, all mentioned that the attacker was wearing a railway worker's uniform. In fact, he also made many murder attempts and gradually perfected his modus operandi through these attempts. From August 1939 to July 1940, Paul attacked and stabbed 3 women on 3 separate occasions, but he was unsuccessful in killing them. In August 1940, due to the power outages, female workers would take the train home, and so Paul chose the vicinity of trains and stations as his crime locations. In mid-August, Paul raped and beat a woman inside a train carriage. However, due to his inexperience, he mistakenly thought the woman was dead and left the scene. In September, he strangled another victim unconscious and threw her off a moving train, but she still survived. His most embarrassing attack occurred near a station when he attempted to rape a woman. Unbeknownst to him, the woman's husband and brother-in-law were waiting for her not far away. In the end, Paul was severely beaten and almost taken to the police station. Later, based on the experiences of his multiple failures, he completely refined his method of operation and began his career as a murderer. On July 24, 1941, Paul Ogorzo, known as the S-Bahn Murderer, was sentenced to death by the higher regional court in Berlin. Additionally, fearing that the scandal would affect the morale of soldiers on the front lines, the Nazi authorities had expelled Paul from the Nazi Party several days before he was charged and immediately declared him a public enemy, because no soldier would want his woman to be attacked, especially if the attacker was a member of the Nazi Party. Only 1 day elapsed between the death sentence and its execution. On July 26th, Paul was executed by guillotine in the prison. In the late 19th century, a mysterious killer emerged in British society. Within just 3 months, he committed 5 brutal murders in a row. All 5 victims had their throats slit, and in several cases, their abdominal organs were even removed. Due to the backwardness of criminal investigation technology and the lack of experience in dealing with serial killers, the British police never solved the case. Later, the mysterious killer was called Jack the Ripper, and his case became one of the most famous and mysterious unsolved cases in history. In those days, on the other side of the Atlantic, Mexico also had a cold-blooded serial killer, Francisco Guerrero Perez, known as the Mexican Ripper. Since he is the first recorded serial killer in Mexico, the Mexican media often compares him to Jack the Ripper. However, in reality, Francisco's criminal activities predated Jack the Ripper. His modus operandi was even more brutal and complex, involving rape, torture, strangulation, throat slitting, and in some cases, decapitation of the victims. Moreover, Francisco was labeled as a born criminal by psychologists of that time. But is that really the case? In 1840, in the Mexican region of Bajío, a poor family welcomed their 11th child, Francisco. From as far back as Francisco could remember, the shadow of life had tightly enveloped him. In those days, Mexico's economic situation was extremely dire, with meager incomes for ordinary families. Due to poverty, food in the household was extremely scarce, and he was constantly in a state of hunger and malnutrition. His father's departure further stripped this fragile family of its last support. And the pressures of life caused Francisco's mother to lose her patience and gentleness, made she often vented her anger on the children, especially on Francisco. Beating, strangulation, and slaps, these acts of violence were something Francisco endured several times a day. Later, in 1862, 22-year-old Francisco, driven by the desire to change his fate, set off alone for Mexico City, the capital of Mexico. In there, he found work as a cobbler and settled in the Paralvillo neighborhood, where he met Maria, a gentle woman. Not long after, the two quickly fell in love, got married, and had 4 children together. In the late 19th century, Mexico was ruled by a man named Porfirio Diaz. He was the longest-serving president in Mexican history and a well-known dictator in Latin America. During his rule, between 1880 and 1888, a disturbing series of murders happened. Along the banks of the Consulado River, which flows through the valley of Mexico City, numerous female corpses were found. Most of the victims had been decapitated, brutally beaten, and even dismembered, with their identities often unrecognizable. Among the known victims were Candelaria Garcia, Francisca Rivero, Maria Martinez, Margarita Rosas, Maria Lopez, Soledad Gonzalez, Maria Villagran, Josefa Rodriguez, Maria Munoz, Mirza Gallardo, and the killer of these heinous crimes was referred to in Spanish as the Consulado River Ripper. February 13, 1888, Francisco was arrested after being reported by several neighbors. The neighbors accused him of killing a poor woman engaged in prostitution, Gallardo. In early 1888, Gallardo was raped and had her throat slit, and her body was found along the banks of the Consulado River. According to witnesses, the last time she was seen alive was with Francisco. Before his arrest, Francisco had even boasted about his crimes in a tavern. He unashamedly claimed to have killed many prostitutes and believed he was contributing to society. In the past, Francisco always proudly declared himself a devout Catholic, having served as an altar boy in his childhood and attended to the Virgin of Guadalupe. However, his actions bore no resemblance to those of a religious person. He always dressed himself meticulously, wearing luxurious and elegant attire, soft cashmere trousers, exquisite charro vests, and well-tailored jackets, with colorful sashes around his waist. And his private life was extremely chaotic, with numerous mistresses and many illegitimate children. After Francisco's arrest, a woman named Amelia bravely stepped forward to publicly accuse Francisco of raping and attempting to murder her. Amelia was a hard-working laundress, and though her life was difficult, she always strived to maintain her dignity and hope. One morning in 1888, Amelia returned from a pilgrimage to La Santísima village near the town of Guadalupe. With a devout heart, she hoped that the Virgin's protection would bring her some solace. However, as she walked through the riverbank bush, Francisco suddenly appeared, dragged her to ground, and brutally assaulted her like a beast, trying to take her life. Fortunately, Francisco, thinking she was dead, left her by the riverbank and fled in haste. Initially, Porfirio's authoritarian regime attempted to censor and suppress news reports about the Consulado River Ripper. In those days, media freedom was severely restricted. The government was extremely sensitive to any news that might cause social unrest. But the Consulado River's crimes were just too brutal, and the news spread like wildfire throughout Mexico City. By the time Francisco was apprehended, the media frenzy was unstoppable, and his name quickly became the focus of everyone's discussion in Mexico City. In the end, Francisco was convicted of murdering Gallardo and assaulting Amelia. As for the rest of his crimes, they could not be prosecuted due to insufficient evidence. According to the laws at the time, Francisco should have been sentenced to death, but Porfirio personally overturned this verdict, sentencing Francisco to only 20 years in prison. In 1904, Francisco was pardoned and released early on the grounds of alleged wrongful conviction. After his release, he did not repent but became even more brazen. On June 13, 1908, he was arrested again. At this time, Francisco was accused of murdering an elderly woman. It was claimed that his motive for killing her was simply that the old woman had engaged in certain actions that indirectly angered him. Moreover, although the victim was called Antonia, her identity was not fully confirmed. As for why Francisco was arrested, it was due to his carelessness. At the time of the crime, a boy named Jose was herding by the river. After hearing the old woman's screams, he quietly approached and hid in the bush, witnessing the entire process of her being raped and murdered. There were also 2 girls at the scene who saw Francisco standing a few meters away from the crime scene, washing the blood from his arms, face, and chest with river water. Later, a journalist who had previously reported on the crimes of the Consulado River Ripper noticed the similarities between Antonia's murder and the murders committed by Francisco. So he immediately confirmed the situation with the 3 witnesses and reported Francisco's crimes to the police together with them. This time, Francisco's arrest did not cause much of a sensation, but his trial attracted the attention of over 2,000 spectators. He was found guilty of murdering Antonia and was sentenced to death once again. Meanwhile, a woman named Lorenza Arrusi also published a vivid account of an assault by Francisco. According to her statement, she first encountered Francisco near the railway in the Peralvillo neighborhood. It was an ordinary evening, and she was hurrying along when Francisco approached her under the pretext of borrowing a light for his cigarette. However, as she handed him the match, Francisco suddenly pulled out a knife and threatened her to accompany him to a nearby spot for a conversation. At that moment, despite being extremely terrified, Lorenza did not lose her composure. She cleverly lied that she needed to get some money, deceiving Francisco and narrowly escaping. However, 2 months later, she encountered Francisco again. At that time, she was not so fortunate. Francisco took her to a cave far from the residential area. There, he raped and tortured her for nearly 2 days, trampling her dignity and humanity into the ground. Fortunately, when Francisco left for a moment to buy pulkai, a fermented wine, she seized the opportunity and fled the cave with all her might. In the days leading up to his execution, Francisco was transferred to the Lecumberri prison. The prison's towering walls and iron bars became the final resting place for his crimes. Inside his cell, he seemed to find a peculiar solace. Most of his time was spent reading a novel by a French author, Paul and Virginia. This work, which depicts innocent love and a beautiful life, formed a stark contrast to his dark past. Perhaps, in that fictional world constructed by words, Francisco found a fleeting and illusory sense of peace. In November 1910, as the flames of the Mexican Revolution were just beginning to ignite, Francisco's life also came to an end. There were conflicting reports about the cause of his death. Some claimed he died of tuberculosis, while others believed that typhoid fever triggered his physical collapse. There were even speculations that he suffered severe contusions after an accident, which ultimately led to his demise. Despite the various theories, the only confirmed pathological sign was cerebral embolism. At the time, Francisco was found unconscious in his cell and was urgently taken to Juarez Hospital, but he never woke up again. In the late 19th century, the field of criminology was dominated by the theories of Cesare Lombroso, an Italian criminologist. Lombroso's theory posited that born criminals were the product of specific lower-class groups in society. According to him, the ancestors of these criminals gradually degenerated in certain environments and deviated from humanity, becoming almost animal-like. He believed that born criminals typically came from impoverished backgrounds, were illiterate, had poor personal hygiene, crude manners, low intelligence, dark complexions, robust physiques, and rugged, almost simian-like facial features. Against this theoretical backdrop, criminologist Carlos Rumaniak asserted that Francisco was a born criminal. In his 1906 report, he pointed out that the existing evidence was insufficient to infer that Francisco committed his crimes under the irresistible drive of sexual perversion or out of morbid obsession, but rather due to violent factors. He believed that Francisco's criminal acts were the result of violent and conscious impulses, and that he was essentially a morally corrupt individual who had succumbed to violent depravity. However, modern criminological theories have provided a deeper understanding of Francisco's criminal psychology. Modern research indicates that he was not a born criminal, but rather the result of a combination of factors, including physiological, psychological, social, and environmental influences. His criminal psychology was likely rooted in the trauma he experienced during his childhood. His early years were marked by his mother's rejection and violence, and he never had a positive father figure, or the father figure he had represented violence against women. These painful experiences planted the seeds of hatred in his heart, which eventually evolved into an intractable Oedipus complex. He projected the image of his mother onto his victims, as if by assaulting them, he was also taking revenge on the mother who had abused him in his childhood. Moreover, Francisco was not a crude or intellectually deficient person. On the contrary, he was well-mannered and even polite. And his modus operandi was also highly organized, demonstrating that he was not a simple violent offender. Francisco never expressed any remorse for his actions. He was a person lacking the most basic empathy, with no guilt or compassion in his heart. Even until he took his last breath, he never expressed any remorse for his crimes. His life, like the crimes he committed, was filled with darkness and enigma. His death, like his life, was fraught with controversy and unsolved mysteries. The last serial killer to be executed by hanging in Washington state, Charles Campbell. In 1976, he was imprisoned for an assault and sodomy crime, sentenced to 40 years in prison. However, 6 years later, driven by a strong desire for revenge, he exploited a loophole in the judicial system to carry out a meticulously planned triple murder. As for whether God will forgive Charles, no one knows. But the human court has already given a fitting answer. Even his own parents said that executing Charles was the only way to ensure he would never harm anyone again. So why did Charles become a heartless, conscienceless man who resorted to violence to solve everything, even said he would try to harm anyone who got close to him? The root of the problem lies in his childhood and adolescence. October 21, 1954, Charles was born into an ordinary family on Oahu Island, Hawaii. But the family life was far from harmonious. His father was a Marine influenced by both alcohol and war memories, and his mother was equally fond of drinking. So the house was always filled with the smell of alcohol and the sound of quarrels, and Charles often witnessed his father's domestic violence against his mother. A psychological report in 1982 showed that Charles had complex feelings towards his father. He admired his father's behavior while thinking his mother was weak and overly controlling. This distorted perception is a manifestation of the chaos and contradictions deep in his heart. Age 13, Charles was exposed to alcohol and drugs, such as amphetamines and heroin. October 29, 1970, 8 days after his 16th birthday, his father reported to the police that he had stolen the family car. In July 1971, his mother reported him to the police for running away from home. However, she also publicly declared that she had given up on Charles and would not worry about his running away, preferring that he never return home. The next day, Charles was arrested by the police. At that time, he had also broken into his grandparents' home, stealing several firearms in an attempt to raise travel funds to go to California. For stealing his grandparents' guns, Charles was detained at the Green Hill School in Chehalis between 1971 and 1972. There, he revealed his strong, vengeful nature and ability to bide his time. At that time, Charles was seen as a rebellious student. However, only a few people who had paid attention to Charles understood his personality. His former tutor said that he was a student who was easily overlooked. The school's principal, Williams, stated that he was a truly cold-blooded individual, claiming that he would harm anyone who got close to him. Apparently, Charles had developed antisocial tendencies during this period. In August 1973, Charles left Green Hill School, and soon after he chose to get married. In his family life, he, like his father, always inflicted domestic violence on his wife. But his behavior was more severe. He even threatened to kill several of her family members and her dog. Their daughter was born in March 1974, but 20-year-old Charles was completely unable to take on the responsibilities of a father. He would often become angry at the sound of his daughter's crying and once even threw a butcher knife at her. Because of this incident, in August 1974, his wife chose to divorce him and took their daughter with her. The departure of his wife and daughter left Charles without an outlet for his emotions, and ultimately, he embarked on his criminal career. On December 11, 1974, Winter day in Clearview, Washington. Renee Wickland was doing gardening at her doorstep, and her daughter, Shanna, only a few months old, was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Charles approached Renee from behind. Before she could react, a knife was already pressed against her throat. Charles threatened Renee with the knife, demanding that she perform oral sex on him, and said menacingly, "If you don't cooperate, I'll kill your daughter." In order to protect her daughter, she reluctantly succumbed. After the assault, Charles hurriedly left, and Renee collapsed to the ground, trembling as she dialed the emergency number and reported everything to the police. 2 years later, Charles was finally arrested for the case. Before his arrest, no one knew what he had been doing in these 2 years. Standing in court, Charles claimed his innocence, but Renee and her neighbor Barbara testified in detail about the assault. Barbara also described Renee's psychological state after the attack. She stated that after the incident, Renee had a vacant look in her eyes, as if she had lost her soul. She also separated from her husband Jack and took on the responsibility of raising her daughter Shanna alone. In order to make a living, she worked as an accountant from home and helped students obtain loans for beauty school. She tried to get her and her daughter's life back on track, but the inner wounds were hard to heal. On May 11, 1976, Charles was sentenced to a total of 40 years in prison for 3 counts, including the assault and sodomy of Renee, as well as an unrelated 1976 burglary. He was incarcerated in a reformatory in Washington state. However, he never followed the rules there. He stole yeast from the kitchen to illegally brew homemade alcohol, assaulted other inmates multiple times, and more shockingly, raped at least 2 fellow prisoners, threatening to kill them if they reported to the prison authorities. In addition, he had an inappropriate relationship with a female prison counselor who abused drugs and had a son with her. In January 1979, a prison psychologist conducted a psychological reevaluation of Charles. The results of the reevaluation were not surprising at all. Charles was prone to conflict, exhibited multiple antisocial tendencies, disregarded the feelings of others. The psychological report also noted that Charles was indifferent to others, lacked a conscience, and maliciously could not tolerate the social order that had imprisoned him. He posed an imminent danger to anyone who directly or indirectly attracted his attention or interest. However, despite Charles' repeated violations of prison discipline and disturbing psychological evaluations, the Washington State Parole Board waived his mandatory sentence in June 1981. And this decision also made Charles eligible to be downgraded to a minimum security custody status, awaiting a parole hearing date in May 1983. In October 1981, Charles was placed in the Monroe Reformatory in Washington State, which was established to help prisoners gradually reintegrate into society, but he did not cherish this opportunity. Sometime between December 25, 1981 and January 4, 1982, his ex-wife accused Charles of raping her. Later, Charles committed 4 further disciplinary offenses. On April 14, 1982, Renee was sick and confined to bed. Her 8-year-old daughter, Shanna, was sitting by her side, keeping her company. Around 4:20 in the afternoon, Renee's neighbor Barbara came to her house with a concerned heart. 2 hours later, around 6:30 in the evening, Barbara's husband Donald arrived at Renee's house. He just wanted to see his wife and say hello to Renee. However, as soon as he pushed open the door to Renee's house, the scene in front of him shocked him instantly, followed by uncontrollable horror and grief, because the remains of Renee, Shanna, and Barbara were scattered in different rooms of the house. Barbara's throat was slashed. Renee's head, back, and chest were severely beaten. Her jaw and nose were broken. There were marks of strangulation on her neck, and there were signs of sexual assault. Shanna's neck was cut so deeply that she was almost decapitated, with an extremely severe blood loss of up to 95%. After the incident, the investigators carefully examined the crime scene. They found a drinking cup with a bloodied fingerprint. And one of Renee's neighbors provided an important clue to the police. She had seen a man walking around Renee's yard in a suspicious manner with a knife that morning, as if he was looking for an opportunity. Other neighbors also saw him walking towards the house with a large roll of blanket. When the police questioned Donald, he said that the only person he could think of as the possible murderer was the man who had attacked Renee 8 years ago. Meanwhile, a fellow work-release prisoner of Charles provided a crucial clue to the police. He told the police that on the evening of April 14th, he and Charles had been to a place by the Snohomish River and noticed Charles secretly throwing some items into the river. Based on this clue, the police quickly organized a dive team to search the river. Eventually, they retrieved several pieces of clothing, accessories, and jewelry from the river. On April 19th, Charles was arrested at the Monroe Reformatory and charged with first-degree murder. Dried blood was found on the door handle of his car, and Shanna's earrings were discovered on the back seat. In November 1982, the courtroom in Washington state was filled with a somber atmosphere as a life-or-death trial was underway. In the defendant's seat, Charles remained silent, refusing to testify on his own behalf and declining to discuss the shocking murder case. Meanwhile, witnesses for the prosecution successively took the stand. The female prison counselor, who was Charles's girlfriend at the time, also testified. She said that Charles harbored considerable resentment towards Renee and had driven past her house several times during his work release period. The defense attorneys appeared somewhat powerless during the trial. They did not call any witnesses or present any evidence, but instead repeatedly emphasized that this case was a miscarriage of justice. In addition, many residents signed a petition demanding the death penalty for Charles. In the end, after careful consideration, the jury agreed with the citizens' demands. They believed that Charles showed no remorse for the murders of Renee, Shanna, and Barbara. Throughout the trial, he mostly remained calm and spoke little. Even when the crime scene and autopsy photos were displayed in the courtroom, he did not show much obvious emotion. On November 26, 1982, after several days of trial, the jury ultimately found Charles guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder. On December 17th, the judge formally sentenced him to death. Since Charles was unwilling to discuss the details of the murders, investigators could only roughly piece together the sequence of events on April 14th. Apparently, driven by hatred, Renee was likely the first victim to be attacked. Shanna was found lying in the next bedroom. Investigators believe Charles may have shown the girl her mother's body before slitting her throat to amplify her fear. When Barbara entered Renee's house, Renee and Shanna were probably already dead. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, Barbara attempted to flee but crossed paths with Charles and was ultimately killed as well. During his time on death row, Charles's mother expressed conflicting emotions. She stated that she still loved him, yet simultaneously supported the death penalty. She once claimed Charles had engaged in sexual relations with a pet dog he had adopted, and upon learning of his first-degree murder arrest, she told investigators, "I never believed he would end up anywhere but in the electric chair." Charles's father and siblings made no public appearances or statements. In 1982, a Seattle psychiatrist conducted a psychological evaluation of Charles. In his report, he confirmed Charles showed no signs of brain damage but held an unorthodox, antisocial perception of reality. Charles told him, "The world made me. I can do whatever I want. There is no right or wrong, and no one can tell me what to do." This twisted worldview was the root of his criminal path. In 1994, after a decade of repeated appeals and delays, Charles's execution was finally scheduled for May 27, 1994. In the 24 hours leading up to the execution, Charles' biological parents and siblings did not visit him, nor did his ex-wife. The last people he saw were his girlfriend, his son, and the female prison counselor who had given birth to his child. On the day of the execution, Charles's witnesses included 12 journalists from various media outlets, 3 relatives of the victims' families, the Snohomish County prosecutor, and his attorney. Due to fear, Charles had great difficulty walking, and standing guards had to strap him to a wooden board and carry him to the gallows. At 12 minutes past midnight, the trapdoor was opened, and 6 minutes later, he was dead. Additionally, in Washington state, death row inmates were given the choice between lethal injection and hanging, but hanging was the default method of execution. If an inmate refused to choose, hanging would be their ultimate fate. Charles was one such inmate who refused to make a choice, so his method of execution was defaulted to hanging. Charles also wrote a letter to the governor of Washington state. In the letter, he referred to himself as both a victim and a defendant, requesting a face-to-face meeting in the hope that the governor would observe his sincerity, frankness, and demeanor. However, the governor of Washington state denied his request. After the execution, no one claimed Charles's body. As per regulations, his body was cremated. When prison staff cleaned out Charles's cell afterward, they found a 4-inch piece of metal. He had been sharpening it, though it was unclear whether it was for suicide, fighting, or an escape attempt. The story did not end with Charles's death. In reality, even though he had killed 3 people, he was not considered a serial killer until 2023, when an unsolved murder case was linked to him. This murder took place in 1975, 5 months after Charles assaulted Renee. Hallie Ann Seaman was an outstanding student at the University of Washington, just 2 semesters away from earning her master's degree in architecture. Friends described her as a smart, strong-willed, and athletic young woman, yet her life was tragically cut short on the evening of April 29, 1975. She was last seen sitting at a drawing table in the University of Washington's architecture building, intently studying how to design quality low-income housing. The next afternoon, a man discovered Hallie's body hidden in the bushes at the edge of the parking lot on the east side of Eastlake Avenue during his lunch break. Seattle police quickly arrived at the scene and, after questioning nearby students, learned that within 40 minutes of Hallie leaving the architecture building, a witness had seen a man loading an unconscious or comatose woman into a white vehicle near the intersection. Consequently, they confirmed that hours earlier, Hallie had been abducted to an unknown location, sexually assaulted, and repeatedly stabbed. Her vehicle was later set on fire 4 miles south of where her body was discovered. This case shocked the entire campus and community, but the perpetrator seemed to vanish into thin air, never to be found. It wasn't until nearly 50 years later that technological advances and a serendipitous discovery brought the true culprit to light. Given Hallie's youth and the seemingly random nature of her murder, the case had lingered in the minds of the Seattle Police Department. For years, they worked diligently to uncover clues. In 2002, an officer submitted forensic evidence preserved from Hallie's autopsy to the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory. Unfortunately, there was no match in existing databases. By the time a police officer named Norton took up the case, modern technology had introduced genetic genealogy, a technique that infers familial relationships and family history by analyzing genetic information. This technology has been widely used in serial killer investigations in recent years, such as the Golden State Killer and Gilgo Beach serial murders, so he decided to employ it and submitted the perpetrator's DNA. In August 2023, Norton received an email from a forensic scientist at the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory. The content revealed that the test results linked Charles to Hallie. Although Charles would never be held accountable for Hallie's murder, it meant that the identity of her killer would no longer be a mystery. Lake Elsinore in Riverside County has a popular hiking trail called the Walker Canyon Trail, and it is a paradise for hikers. From this trail into Walker Canyon can enjoy the all views of Lake Elsinore and the San Jacinto Mountains. However, on June 28, 1989, the tranquility there was shattered by a murder case. Kimberly Little, a 28-year-old known sex worker and drug user, was found lying near Walker Canyon Trail. Little's body was covered with a blue bath towel and was covered in bruises. The autopsy report indicated that she had suffered a severe blow to the head and had cigarette burns on her arms and other parts of her body. Several months later, December 13th, a similarly heinous tragedy occurred in Quail Valley. 23-year-old Christina Leal was found lying on a hillside and lifeless. After the forensic pathologist carefully examined Christina's body, the autopsy report revealed that Christina had obvious binding marks on her wrists and ankles. Her face had deep scratches, and one of her eyes was blackened from a blow. There were 4 stab wounds in the center of her chest, with part of one breast being severed, and her genitals also had at least 2 stab wounds. Most horrifyingly, the forensic pathologist discovered that the person who killed Christina had forcibly inserted a light bulb into her vagina. Those pieces of evidence indicate that before her death, Christina had been bound and subjected to extremely brutal torture by the killer. Since the crime scenes of both Lyle and Christina were near Lake Elsinore, and despite the different times of the crimes, the police were almost certain that the same killer was responsible for both murders. Given that Little was a sex worker and drug user, Christina also had a record of arrests for drug use and prostitution. It appeared that the mysterious killer had a clear animosity towards sex workers or drug users. In early spring of 1990, Riverside County was once again the scene of a brutal murder case. January 18th, Darla Ferguson, 23-year-old, became the victim of this murder case. Her body was found just half a mile away from where Little's body had been found. When found, her upper body was wrapped in a garbage bag, with her waist tightly bound by a rope, and her body showed clear signs of blunt force trauma. Just 1 month later, February 9th, 1990, in Highgrove, near Lake Elsinore, 35-year-old Carol Miller was found dead in a grapefruit orchard. When found, she was naked except for a shirt pulled over her head. She also had 5 fatal stab wounds on her body. 4 murders plunged the community into a state of fear, as residents struggled to imagine that a brutal demon was lurking in their side. Meanwhile, the Riverside County Police were working tirelessly to uncover the truth. Finally, they did discover clues related to the serial murders. As early as before Little's murder, there was a sex worker had suffered a similar attack. On the night of January 10, 1989, Rhonda Jetmore, 27-year-old, was, as usual, on the street looking for clients. And it wasn't not long before she encountered a male client who requested that the sexual transaction take place in a dark alley. Apparently, this was not an unusual request, as everyone has different sexual preferences. However, during the transaction, the client suddenly grabbed her by the neck, saying that he needed some excitement, but his grip grew increasingly tighter. Fearing for her safety, Rhonda quickly retrieved a flashlight from her handbag and struck the client's head with it, allowing her to briefly break free from his control. However, the client did not give up. He pushed Rhonda to the ground, tore at her clothes, and forced his fingers into her mouth. In a moment of desperation, Rhonda bit down hard on his fingers with all her strength. Although one of her teeth was broken, fortunately, the client also stepped back due to the injury. Seizing the opportunity, Rhonda ran to the street and waved and shouted at a car. The driver of the car was someone who specifically protected Rhonda and carried a handgun. Hearing Rhonda's cries for help, he decisively pulled out his gun and fired at the client, who was not far behind Rhonda. In the end, Rhonda was survived, and the client fled the scene of the attack. Although the police questioned Rhonda for some details, unfortunately, due to her fear and the fact that the transaction took place in a dark alley, Rhonda did not remember or could not describe the client's features. Later on November 6, 1990, the body of Cheryl Coker, aged 33, was discovered. Parts of her body were discarded on an abandoned road, while other parts were hidden inside a trash bin. On December 21st, 27-year-old Susan Sternfeld was found dead. She had been posed by the killer in a sexually suggestive manner, and her cause of death was strangulation. On January 19th, 42-year-old Kathleen Nolan's body was found in a landfill near Lake Elsinore, with a white sock stuffed down her throat. July 4th, Sherry Latham, 37-year-old, was found dead, lying face down and naked on the shore of Lake Elsinore. 1 month later, on August 16th, the body of Kelly Hammond was found in an alley in Corona. Her death pose was extremely peculiar. Her right arm was bent and tucked under her abdomen. Her left arm was bent with her hand on the ground and palm facing up. Her left leg was drawn up to her chest, and her right leg was extended outward. September 13th, another murder occurred in Riverside County. A black woman, 30-year-old Catherine McDonald, was the only black victim in the series of murders. Unlike the other victims, her death meant the loss of 2 lives, as the autopsy report revealed that she was 4 months pregnant. Similarly, McDonald had been subjected to brutal torture. The killer had cut a piece of flesh from her neck, stabbed her chest 3 times, partially severed her right breast, and inflicted stab and tear wounds on her genitals. On October 30th, the body of 35-year-old Delia Zamora was found. Although the exact method of the crime could not be confirmed, her manner of death shocked both the police and the forensic pathologists, as her throat had been crushed and broken in half. In the winter of 1991, December 23rd, 39-year-old Eleanor Casares was found in an orange grove near the intersection of Jefferson Street and Victoria Avenue in Riverside. This murder case was also the last one committed by the killer because he was about to be arrested. January 9, 1992, What was supposed to be an ordinary day in Riverside County with no new murders turned out to be a pivotal moment in the entire case. As usual, the police were patrolling the streets, checking vehicles suspected of violations. During this time, a man named William Suff was pulled over. William was a warehouse clerk in Riverside County, and during the serial murders, he had transported office furniture for the members of the task force investigating the serial murders. A police officer, as a routine check, inspected William's trunk and discovered a blood-stained knife and some evidence allegedly related to the serial murders. Although his silence made the interrogation difficult, the police had already gathered sufficient physical evidence and witness testimonies. On July 19, 1995, in the courtroom of Riverside County, after careful deliberation, the jury found William guilty of 12 murders and the attempted murder of a woman, Rhonda. During the trial, William remained silent and did not testify in his own defense. Later, at the sentencing phase, the prosecutor submitted additional evidence to the court, linking William to a murder that occurred in San Bernardino, and this revealed that William's killings did not begin in 1989, but even earlier. In reality, William's violent behavior can be traced back to September 1973, when his wife, Terrell, fearing his beatings, left home with their daughter, DeGianna. But when the judge dealt with the custody issue, he granted custody of DeGianna to William, who was known to abuse his daughter. On September 25th, William, as he did on many other days, began to beat DeGianna. Unable to control his anger, he inflicted brutal violence on the 2-month-old infant. Ultimately, DeGianna was killed by William's abuse. This murder marked the beginning of William's criminal career. Later records show that, despite being imprisoned in Texas for the murder of his daughter, William did not reform after his release. Instead, he continued to abuse his 3-month-old daughter with his second wife. August 17, 1995, the jury took only 10 minutes to return guilty verdicts on William's 12 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. October 26th of the same year, the trial court, following the jury's decision, ordered William to be sentenced to death. He was sent to the death row at San Quentin State Prison. However, this prison, which had once executed many death row inmates, no longer carried out death sentences, and later, in 2019, California officially abolished the death penalty. Also in 2019, a murder case that had been for over 30 years saw a breakthrough. On February 22, 1986, a murder occurred in South Pasadena, Los Angeles County. A woman dressed in pajamas was found lying in the middle of the street with multiple stab wounds on her body. Although the South Pasadena police rushed to the scene quickly, the woman had already stopped breathing and was declared dead on the spot. Since she had no identification on her, they could only temporarily list her as Jane Doe 17. In the days following the case, the police received a call. On the other end of the line, a man from the Lake Elsinore area anxiously inquired whether a woman named Kathy Small had been reported missing. He claimed that Small was his roommate and had disappeared several days ago. He then recounted Small's last known whereabouts to the police. According to his recollection, Small was a woman who had lived in the Lake Elsinore area for a few months. Several days prior, she had told him that a man named Bill had contacted her, offering her $50 to drive to Los Angeles with him, and that was the last time he saw Small, after which she vanished without a trace. Later, although the police followed up on numerous leads over the years, Small's murder remained unsolved. On October 11, 2019, the police received a call. The caller reported that a man had died of natural causes across the street from where Small's body was found. Upon arriving at the scene, the forensic experts found many disturbing items in the deceased's home, including a large number of photos of women who appeared to have been attacked and held against their will, as well as a newspaper article about the identification of Small after her murder. They confirmed that Small's death wasn't related to the other persons, but the police realized they had a problem. Forensic technology has gotten a lot better over the years, especially with the rise of DNA technology, but none of the evidence from Small's murder case, including evidence of sexual assault and Small's clothing, had been tested. In August 2020, the police ran DNA tests on these pieces of evidence, and in the end, they found DNA from 2 males. One was William, while the other one remained unknown. Upon questioning, William admitted to the crime of killing Small. He recalled that in 1986, he worked at a computer repair shop in Lake Elsinore. On the day of the incident, Small walked into his shop and gave him her phone number. That evening, he called Small, saying he would pick her up to go to Los Angeles. During the drive, an argument broke out between them, and in a fit of rage, he took out a knife and stabbed Small, who was sitting in the passenger seat, multiple times. When Small passed away, she left behind 2 young children and a 10-year-old sister. While learning the truth, Small's sister, who lived out of state, wrote a letter. She wrote, "My sister was not a statistic. She was a good sister, a good mother, and a good daughter. She was funny, intelligent, and loving. Although she was a sex worker and a drug user at the time, she was trying to change her behavior and stop using drugs. But just as she was about to take a step forward, her life was cut short." Most of William's victims were sex workers. So, why did he harbor such animosity toward women, especially sex workers, even murdering and abusing his own daughter? The answers lie in William's childhood experiences. He was born into an ordinary family in Torrance, California, and was the eldest of 5 children. Initially, there were no particularly notable events in his early years, and he even showed a talent for music as he grew up. However, it was in this seemingly ordinary family that the seeds of violence and hatred were sown. His mother was a very dominant woman who had a strong controlling influence over his father. Growing up, he witnessed how his mother used coercion and control to get what she wanted. It was this family environment that shaped his personality and behavior, teaching him to treat others in the same manner. For instance, William threatened to kill his wife just to force her to obey his commands. In 1960, when he was 10 years old, his parents separated amid mutual accusations of infidelity. Particularly after his mother separated from his father, her life became chaotic, and she even became a sex worker. That's why William harbored such intense loathing and hatred toward women and sex workers. In 1968, at the age of 18, William met Terrell, who was 15 years old, in a marching band. The two quickly fell deeply in love and got married in 1969. However, married life did not turn out as Terrell had imagined. William's domineering and abusive behavior gradually emerged. He frequently insulted and beat her and even threatened her with death. In November 1970, Terrell gave birth to a boy. In reality, although William's abuse of Terrell continued, his domineering and abusive behavior was directed only at women, not men. He never abused his son. While imprisoned on death row at San Quentin State Prison, William revealed several murders. Although he was not charged or tried for most of them, except for one victim named Sherry Pacer, the victims included Michelle Gutierrez, age 26, who died on October 29, 1986. Charlotte Palmer, age 25, who died on December 10, 1986. Linda Ortega, aged 37, who died on April 29, 1988. Martha Young, age 27, who died on May 2, 1988. Linda Ruiz, age 37, who died on January 17, 1989. Judy Angel, age 36, who died on November 11, 1989. Sherry Pacer, age 24, who died on April 27, 1991. William's childhood and family environment laid the groundwork for his later criminal behavior. It is said that 2 of William's brothers, one had drug problems and the other had pedophilic tendencies. But these painful experiences could never serve as a reason to exonerate William. His violence and need for control not only affected his family, but ultimately impacted the entire Riverside County. Society always thinks of police officers, prosecutors, judges, lawyers, and teachers as having high moral standards and idealized images. For instance, police officers are seen as embodiments of justice, and teachers are regarded as disseminators of knowledge and guides of morality. However, real life is far more complex than this idealized picture. It's important not to get too caught up in the prestige of any profession. In any field, there will always be people who fail to meet the standards and break the rules. Some police officers will take bribes while some teachers will mistreat their students. Norbert Hans Polke was a police officer who not only killed 3 innocent victims but also murdered his entire family. There are various speculations about his motives for the killings. Some people believe that it was his overwhelming debt that led him down this path. Others speculate that his daughter's brain tumor was the cause, and that being unable to afford her treatment plunged him into despair and agony. But whatever his motives may be, he must be held fully accountable for his crimes. On September 15, 1951, Norbert was born into an ordinary family in Stuttgart, West Germany. It is said that his parents had fled from East Germany to West Germany. This experience left the family rather unpopular in society, where they were labeled as indecent. In those days, prices in West Germany were soaring, food supplies were scarce, housing conditions were poor, and unemployment and homelessness were common. In order to ease the family's financial burden, children often took part-time jobs after school, such as delivering newspapers. Although Norbert's childhood life was not disclosed, his life was similar to this way. In 1968, after Norbert's parents divorced, he moved with his mother to Strumpfelbach, Baden-Württemberg, where he tried to become a business apprentice but was eventually dismissed for his repeated unexplained absences. Time flew by, and soon it was 1971. At 20 years old, Norbert stood at a crossroads. After some contemplation, he decided to become a police officer. He threw himself into the job, and his dedication was quickly rewarded with a series of promotions. In his spare time, Norbert also found love. He married a gentle and kind-hearted wife and had 2 sons, leading an ordinary life. The police officer had a particular habit. Every time he passed by a lottery shop on his way home from work, he would buy a ticket. Having grown up in poverty, Norbert always harbored dreams of turning small bets into big wins. In the early 1980s, he won the lottery, a prize of 30,000 marks. Back then, the winnings were enough to buy an apartment near the city. Not long after, Norbert's wife also gave birth to a daughter. Then, the money and the arrival of his daughter sparked an idea in Norbert's mind. In reality, he had always harbored a dream of building a house of his own. The lottery winnings and his growing family fueled his desire to realize this dream. He eagerly began to plan the construction and prepared to move his family to the countryside. However, once the house was completed, Norbert had not only exhausted all the lottery money, but also used up the loan he had taken from the bank, leaving him with a debt of 300,000 marks. The huge debt loomed over him like a mountain, plunging him into an unprecedented predicament. Although in 1982 he was transferred to Mühlhausen am Neckar's Canine Division as a high-ranking sergeant, his salary increased, but it was merely a drop in the bucket, far from enough to repay his debts. Later, in March 1984, another disaster struck the already heavily indebted family. His daughter, a 3-year-old girl, was diagnosed with a brain tumor. Faced with exorbitant medical expenses, Norbert was unable to pay. He could only watch helplessly as his daughter passed away in agony. And this event had a devastating impact on this family and became the turning point for Norbert's descent into crime. Firstly, Norbert's salary was entirely insufficient to cover his huge financial gap. He needed money, a large amount of money, to prevent his life from collapsing. However, legitimate means could not meet his urgent needs. Thus, he made a reckless decision to rob banks. As a police officer who had worked in the area for a decade, he was intimately familiar with everything there. He knew every street and corner and was thoroughly familiar with police procedures and investigation methods. But to carry out this plan, he had to be flawless, leaving no useful clues behind. He had a weapon and an escape route, so what he needed was a car. One car that did not belong to himself and anyone he knew. So, how to get a stranger's car? Theft? Norbert chose a method that was both simple and extreme. On May 3, 1984, he lingered near a highway rest stop in the Marbach area, waiting for the right person to carry out his plan. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a car pulled into the gas station. The car's owner was a sales engineer named Siegfried. After stopping the car, he opened the door and stepped out to refuel. However, Norbert pulled out a gun from behind his back and, without warning, shot Siegfried in the face. He grabbed a hammer, shattered Siegfried's car window, climbed into the vehicle, started it, and drove away from the scene. Not long after, someone discovered Siegfried's body with a gunshot wound to the face and found his car was gone. Around 12:25 that same morning, Norbert arrived at a bank in Erbstetten. There, he broke the counter window with a hammer and stole 5,000 marks. Although the bank staff managed to activate the alarm, Norbert had already fled in panic before the police arrived. In the days following the robbery, the bank employees endeavored to recall the perpetrator's physical characteristics. They described him as a man between 35 and 40 years old, with straight light brown hair, tall and slender, and dressed in a blue suit. Meanwhile, investigators collected bloodstains from the bank, which were left behind when Norbert injured his hand while smashing the counter window. After the robbery, the police discovered an abandoned car a few hundred meters from the scene of Siegfried's death, and not long after, it was identified as his car. However, certain key details aroused the suspicion of the police, leading them to suspect the bank robber was likely also Siegfried's murderer. The car had mysteriously disappeared before the robbery and then reappeared after the robbery. Moreover, both the bank counter window and the car window were shattered with a hammer. As time went on, the police established a special investigative committee comprising 20 top investigators to focus on the case. They also issued a public warning, urging everyone to be vigilant, as the murderer was likely to use a firearm ruthlessly. However, despite an extensive investigation, the police still failed to apprehend the murderer. 5,000 marks were a mere drop in the ocean compared to Norbert's debt of 300,000. Sensing that the police investigation had hit a dead end, he turned to crime once more. In December of the same year, Wevy, a 37-year-old British expatriate living in Nuremberg, was resting at the parking lot in Großbutt. He was preparing to travel to Switzerland to spend Christmas with his parents, but on the way, he was attacked and killed by a stranger. Obviously, the murderer was Norbert, who had initially intended only to steal Wevy's car. Compared to his first crime, he took more time to conceal the body, dragging Wevy's remains to a nearby grove and covering them with leaves. A week later, he used the stolen vehicle in a bank robbery in Klebron, from which he made off with 79,000 marks. Several days after the robbery, a passerby discovered Wevy's body. During the investigation, the police found a crucial clue, a cartridge case nearly identical to the one from Siegfried's murder. It is well known, each bullet is like a unique footprint left at the crime scene, imparting specific marks and grooves on its trajectory. The ballistics department, well aware of this, conducted an extensive analysis, examining over 12,000 weapon models in an attempt to find the key clue. In those days, the investigation mounted by the German police was unprecedented. They mobilized a significant number of officers to conduct a thorough investigation of 1,400 individuals, questioning them about possible involvement. Despite the extensive scope, no one fully matched the witness description of the murderer. But, fortunately, investigators obtained several promising leads. The murderer killed to obtain a car for a quick getaway after the robbery. He used a hammer to break into vehicles and bank windows not to harm people, which indicated that his purpose was very clear. He just wanted money. In addition, the weapon used in all the killings was the same, a standard pistol widely used by the West German police and security personnel. Obviously, the murderer had connections within the police or security personnel. On July 22, 1985, Wilfried, a 27-year-old electrician, was found dead, his death identical to that of the previous victims. On the very same day, Norbert struck again, attempting to rob a bank. However, this time he was unsuccessful because the bank was surrounded by police. His plan was foiled, forcing him to flee in panic. Wilfried's death had the police on edge. As time went on, an unsettling rumor began to spread. The serial killer was likely a police officer. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the police even mistakenly arrested an Italian agent. In 1985, West Germany saw over 1,600 politically motivated bombings, arson attacks, murders, and other violent crimes. On September 29th, a bomb threat was reported at the Ludwigsburg railway station. While searching for bombs, the police found a police uniform in a locker, stained with blood. Later, the uniform was traced to Detective Chief Superintendent Norbert, a police officer of 14 years in Stuttgart. When questioned about why the uniform was left there, Norbert replied that he had attended a funeral. However, after investigating his whereabouts, they found that he had not attended any funeral recently. The only funeral he had attended was in 1984, his daughter's, who had died of a brain tumor. On October 14th, Norbert applied for sick leave. Several days later, the police arrived at his house, intending to question him about the murders and robberies. When they knocked on the door, there was no response. Fearing that Norbert might have fled, they forcibly entered. However, the sight inside shocked all the officers. Norbert's wife was lying in the bathroom, shot twice in the head, and his son, Adrian, was found dead in one of the bedrooms. On October 23rd, 3 days later, Norbert and his other son were found dead in a car at a village near Brindisi, Italy. Later, it was confirmed that Norbert's pistol was the murder weapon used in the killings, and the deaths of him and his family were ruled as suicide. With this, the case was finally closed. In the end, although Norbert's tragedy had come to an end, his name and his story remained in the places he had hurt.